What's happening, people? Okay, we are live right now, live from the village right now. It is 4 minutes past 7 p.m. right now. It is the 23rd of April 2023 right now. It is Sunday evening right now, well, almost evening. Technically it's still late afternoon right now, but it's almost evening right now. And it is Wrestlemania 18. This is the final Wrestlemania in our Wrestlemania month for April. We started off with Wrestlemania 39 day 1. We then did Wrestlemania 39 day 2. Last week was Wrestlemania Wrestlemania 17, and now Wrestlemania 18, which originally aired on March 17th, 2002. It is, I would say, my favorite Wrestlemania. At the very least, has my favorite match. I don't remember a lot about the Wrestlemania, to be fair, but I do remember it has my favorite match, which is The Rock versus Hulk Hogan. I've not seen this for a good long while. I think I watched it was probably more than 10 years ago at this point. But yeah, it's been a while. Anyway, let me take a sip of my tea and then move over to this screen. Chat for a little bit before we start the show. But yeah, this is a 3 hour and 43 minute production. So yeah, we'll start it soon, and we'll just kind of go through without pausing. Even if I have to take a break, I won't pause it just because it's long. But I'll try and take a break maybe between a match or something, because I usually have like a good few minutes between matches anyway. But yeah, it's a long one, so we're gonna start it in a moment. But yeah, just chat for a little bit. So yeah, the last in the WrestleMania month for April. I was thinking, I'm not sure I want to do this next year, to be honest with you. I mean, never say never, of course, and I could be in a completely different position next year. But this was, I wouldn't say it was tough, but it was definitely trying in terms of being available each and every week, especially with the new schedule going 3 days a week as well, and then doing this and then trying to find time to do other stuff. It got a bit much. It did get a bit much at times, but we're here. We're here. We'll see how I'm feeling next year and what kind of position I'm in next year and whether it's something we do again or not. But if I'm in the same or similar position next year, I think it's probably going to be a no. That's how I'm feeling right now. But we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, so I guess my day's been pretty regular, except I didn't do much didn't do any driving work today, actually. So I had to kind of rest up and just sleep in. And I did start I upgraded my gym membership. So the plan is for tomorrow to start going to the gym more often, because the gym membership that I had was at off-peak time only, which means I only go at certain times. And the times were fine, but at the times that I want to be going and the times I think I should be going in terms of trying to fit everything else in, it just wasn't accommodating. So I upgraded gym membership, so it means I can go anytime now. So it means it just means I could fit it more into things that I'm trying to do without having to worry about having to be at specific times and have to be out of the gym by this, that sort of stuff. So hopefully it'll make that a bit easier to fit that in. But yeah, the plan is to start that tomorrow. What else is there? But yeah, just kind of enjoying with that. I watched. I finished the video, the Rise of Skywalker. So for the movie channel, Haze's Movie Room, why Star Wars Episode 9, The Rise of Skywalker is trash. That video is finished. It is 33 minutes. I think it was going to be a long one. Not as long as the last Jedi video, but it's still pretty long. But yeah, it's 33 minutes and 30 seconds, I think. But that's finished. That is up on the channel. Please check it out. It took a while to get that done and to edit stuff and to check stuff and to re-record stuff. So yeah, check it out. Hopefully you enjoy it. But it is the last Star Wars video I'll be doing, I think, for a good while at least. There are other Star Wars movies I can tackle, like the Clone Wars and some of the animated stuff, but I think I'll leave those for now, if ever. We'll see. And they just announced a bunch of new movies to come over the next few years, so we'll see how I'm feeling then as well. But I watched a movie today called The Wraith, which was a movie that got recommended to me. It's a movie from like 1986, kind of sci-fi horror-ish. I don't know if horror, call it sci-fi action, I think. I don't know if I'd call it a horror. Maybe like, I think like in the more range of slasher horror, but it's not really quite that. But yeah, kind of sci-fi, minor horror elements. little bit of action. It was a very boring movie, to be honest with you. But yeah, it was recommended as a terrible film, so I wasn't expecting great things. But I watched it anyway, and yeah, it's a pretty boring film. Though I think, to be fair, it did have. Well, I took a pretty cool message from it. I don't know if that was an intended message from the movie, but I did take a pretty cool message from it that you need to stand up for yourself. You know, don't let people bully you. Even though, to be fair, it didn't quite give that message. Yeah, I don't think that was the message intended. It didn't quite give that message because in the end, the lady didn't really stand up. You know, it doesn't matter. I'm just trying to look more into something than there is to look into. And I also started watching The Boys. So this is another thing that's been recommended to me, The Boys on Amazon Prime, and been recommended by a friend of mine, Sweet Bundy, who you might have seen on my podcast or heard on my podcast actually, because he doesn't show his face. He also has a Twitch channel, so you might have seen him there. Also, it seems to be getting a lot of good opinions on it, and I've heard quite a few things about it, and I've just been taking my time with it, I guess. But yeah, finally got round to watching. I only watched one episode today, just before the stream started. Just finished just before the stream started, and yeah, season 1, episode 1. Yeah, it's well, they've carved an interesting story in that one episode. So we'll see how the rest of it goes. And Elizabeth Shue was in it, which was a cool surprise. So big up to Elizabeth Shue. She was in Karate Kid back in the day. All right, so I think we should get the show on the road, because like I said, it's 3 hours and 43 minutes, so I don't want to ramble too long and then end up being here till tomorrow. So let's get this started. Yo, little Jacob. Little Jake's in the place. How's you doing, mates? As we're getting ready to state Wrestlemania XVIII. Almost got that rhyme, but it didn't quite work this time. I'm doing okay, man. I'm doing okay. I was just saying that I watched a movie called The Wraith from 1986, and I also watched the first episode of The Boys. The movie The Wraith is a boring movie, but yeah, it's I mean, it's a 1986 sci-fi type-ish movie with Charlie Sheen. It was so bad, but had its moments, but it was so bad. But The Boys, I gotta admit, that first episode was, I don't know if you watched it, but I won't say too much just in case I want to spoil that. But that first episode, but they definitely carved that interesting story in that first episode. So I might have to check a few more of these episodes. Alright, let's switch up to this screen. But oh, by the way, real quick, so yeah, WrestleMania 18 on WWE Network. If you have it, get it ready on Zero. If you don't have it, it's all good. Still come along and have some fun. But I'm going to switch over to this screen. And we're going to go 3, 2, 1, play. So when you're ready, 3, 2, 1, play. But yeah, man, I'm doing okay, man. Doing okay. How's your day going? How's your day been? Appreciate you joining this live stream. This WrestleMania has my favorite wrestling match of all time. I don't remember much about the WrestleMania events itself, but that's the wrong button. That's, well, wrong direction at least anyway. It's been good, very relaxing. Oh, nice. Relaxing Sunday. No, it's been okay, man. Been okay. Maybe not quite relaxing, but I don't know if I do relax. I do relax, but I feel like my relaxing time is very rarely a whole day. Like, my relaxing time tends to be like hours, you know, and then I'm doing something. Like, it's difficult for me to relax properly. Not that I've never do it, by the way, but it's just, I do find it difficult to relax properly. Like, I feel like I can relax for a few hours. You know, like, for example, when I wake up, I don't like to get out of bed right away. Like, that's that's difficult for me to just wake up and get out of bed. I've done it plenty of times, but it's most days it's difficult for me to just get out of bed right away. But if I'm not careful, I could be lying there for 30 minutes, an hour, you know, and it's even worse if you start scrolling on Instagram or Twitter or whatever, and before you know it, you're just there for way longer than you need to be. But outside of that, it's difficult for me to just like relax properly, and maybe it's because of that. Maybe it's because of that. It's difficult for me to relax, but yeah, I do try to. But yeah, but my day's been okay so far. Finished making a video for the movie channel Rise of Skywalker. Why Rise of Skywalker is trash. So that video is now live on Haze's Movie Room. If you like Star Wars, check it out. I make fun of Star Wars a lot. If you don't like Star Wars, check it out because I make fun of Star Wars a lot. And yeah, watched a few things. So yeah, watched The Wraith, and I watched The Boys. And yeah, that's been pretty much my day so far. But yeah, like I say, relaxing. Like even when it comes to things like watching movies, like so things, it's because I do the movie channel, right? I find that when I'm watching movies, my mindset is often looking for things that I can talk about later, even if it's not a film that I plan on actually, you know, doing for the channel. But my mind is kind of in that mode where I'm just kind of watching it. It's not that I don't enjoy films. I still enjoy films, but it is partly like part of my brain is like, oh, that's something that I could think of, that's something I can talk about later, or that's something I can make a joke, or that's something I can nitpick, you know. So yeah, it's like even when I'm watching movies, you know, it's rare that I watch a movie to just watch a movie. Even though I try to, I end up, you know, watching it and kind of like in my mind, somewhat critiquing it a little bit as well, you know. And yeah, that's even for films that I don't even plan on talking about, because you never know, maybe one day I will, right? It's kind of like that. So yeah, I do relax, but it can be difficult to just do things just for the sake of just relaxing and not anything else. Saliva is Superstar available now. I started to reduce my dependency on energy drinks. Oh, nice. That's good. I noticed that it was affecting my sleep. Oh, yeah, for sure. It should have been obvious to myself, but for some reason it wasn't apparent to me until now. Yeah, it's like all the caffeine in there, isn't it? So, yeah, it's a lot of caffeine, a lot of sugar. So, yeah, it could affect your sleep. But don't even worry about it. Listen, when I started drinking coffee, which was maybe a couple of years ago now, I was drinking coffee at night. You know what I mean? Like at like 10 o'clock in the 10 p.m. in the evening, in the night. You know, or sometimes if I was out late for like cab work, I might be drinking a coffee at like midnight and then trying to go to bed. And it's one of these things that you should have known. Of course, it affects your sleep. Of course it does, right? But for some reason, it just did not occur to me. So yeah, it's one of these things, man. Don't even worry about it. It happens. It happens. Hence, I find it hard to relax during a movie. Does it depend on the movie or just any movie? You know what? This volume is really low. And it's not my headphones, I don't think, is it? Let me bump this up a little bit over here. I don't think it's super loud, but that's really low right now. I found now that I don't drink any drinks, I can usually relax during the movie. Oh, okay, so it's maybe the hyperactivity of the caffeine and yeah, okay. It's crazy how any drinks can have such a negative impact on my life. Yes, I appreciate that. Any movie, to be honest, I see, yeah. But yeah, I guess if you like have something that's like really high in sugar, high in caffeine, and then you sit still, you kind of feel a bit jittery, you know? Kind of feel like you gotta do something. You know, you gotta move, you gotta pick something up. You know what I mean? I get that, I get that. Icon versus icon. But yeah, some movies are like just boring, right? And they're so different. It's so hard to keep your attention on a boring movie. You know, like anything could literally. I mean, to be fair, it's kind of hard to sometimes keep your attention on a good movie, but with a boring movie, it's so much more difficult. You're just kind of watching it like. It's like having those moments where you're watching a movie, you're looking at the screen, but your mind is completely somewhere else. And then by the time you kind of switch back on, it's like you're not even sure what's happening in the film anymore. I mean, you kind of know what's going on. You kind of get it a little bit, but it can literally be like 5-10 minutes that just went by. Like you just don't even know, where you're not really sure what just happened, even though you were looking at the screen the whole time. You could hear what's going on the whole time, but your mind is just like, I don't know, Jamaica or something. Your mind is just somewhere else. Bermuda or somewhere. Miami, I don't know, but it's just somewhere else. Mine is just like on vacation in some tropical island somewhere or something. Also frustrating because I love movies, but now I found the reason why I'm so relieved. Yeah, boring movies like watching paint. For real. Yeah, I get those moments where my mind drifts off. Right, I'm messing about with my phone. Yeah. You just kind of involuntarily pick up your phone, you start scrolling, and you don't even want to pick up your phone. I don't know, like you just kind of involuntarily start picking up your phone, you open up Twitter or Facebook or whatever app, and you just start kind of scrolling through it. You know what's really bad though, is when, I don't know if you do this, but you know when like you scroll through one of these social media apps, and then you do it for a little while, and you close down the app, and then literally like 5 seconds later, you reopen the app and start scrolling for it again. Like, what is that about, man? What is that about? Like, I just find myself reopening the app literally like 5 seconds after I just closed it. I'm reopening it again. Like, why am I doing this? I just closed it. Why am I opening it again? I don't. But these apps could be dangerous, man, for real. Oh, we got an IC Championship, William Regal versus RVD. That's wrestling, yeah, for real, man. I mean, they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. I mean, the people who design these apps and all the algorithms and stuff like that, as much as we complain about them or whatever, it's clearly working because we keep coming back to it, right? We keep coming back to it. And because we keep coming back to it, it's just more ads they keep serving us. Even if we don't click on the ads, you see it. You know, you see it, and you might not pay attention to it. You might ignore it, whatever. But if you see it enough times, eventually it's going to take note. Even if it's something that you don't even care about, if you see an advert enough times, eventually you're going to take some kind of note of it, right? And then it's in your mind. And who knows, maybe like 5 years later, one day when you just happen to be looking for a, I don't know, a new table for your home office or something. You know, you're like, hey, let me check this company. Apparently they make really good tables for my home office. As much as we don't like to think we're affected by advertising and all that sort of stuff, if it didn't work, they wouldn't spend so much money on it. You know what I mean? Rob Van Dam is the man. A. I remember when I think I first saw Rob Van Dam. I mean, he was an ECW, but I never really watched ECW. I mean, I think it was something that I've heard of, but I never saw it. So the first time I saw Rob Van Dam was on WWE television. And I remember this guy just flying around everywhere, and he's probably going to do some now, actually. But this guy, like, the last time I saw him wrestle, I think was, I mean, it's probably a while ago now, but he was like, I mean, dude must have been like in his 40s, I think, the last time I saw him wrestle. And he was still like as fit as ever. You know, this guy just stays in shape. I don't know what he's like now, but, you know, he just stayed in shape for a good long while. It's really entertaining, eh? For real, man. That's my green tea and honey. But yeah, so I upgraded my gym membership. So the plan is from tomorrow is to start a new kind of gym routine, because the gym membership I had before was an off-peak only, which means I could only go at certain times of the day, right? And that just meant that it was difficult to fit gym time in with other things, because it's not like I couldn't go to, of course you can still go, but it's like you're doing other things as well, and then not everything fits in the time, and then at the time that you're allowed to use the gym, it's outside the time I can get to the gym on most days. So I upgraded it to an anytime option, which means it's a 24-hour gym, but now it means I can go to the gym anytime I want, and that just means that, yeah, I could fit it in better. So the plan is to go at least 4 times a week now, and do sort of different exercises on each day, and try to keep that going. But yeah, that's part of the new the new Haze. Health is wealth, man. Health is wealth. Yeah, Rob Van Dam must be in the gym 24. Hey, for real, man. I mean, he probably upgraded his gym membership a long time ago. Hey, what's your aim in the gym? To put mass or just get fit? Mostly just get fit. I mean, I think part of being fit and exercising, of course, your body is going to naturally just kind of change shape anyway. But yeah, main priority is fitness. I don't know how much life I've got left, but however much of it I have left, I want to try and enjoy it as much as possible. And one of the ways is to make sure your body's in as good a shape as possible, right? So and as healthy as possible. So I mean, I think my diet, I wouldn't say it's perfect, but it's okay. I don't really eat a lot of sugary stuff these days. Don't get wrong, I do like cakes and donuts, and I have no problem treating myself maybe sometimes a little bit more than I should. But I would say my general intake of food mostly consists of like low sugar, low fat foods. You know, I don't really even have a lot of dairy these days either. You know, like if I have like a coffee, like a latte or a cappuccino or something, I more often than not would opt for like an oat milk instead of the regular milk. I don't have a problem with regular milk. I mean, I do have it, but I had some today actually. But yeah, I generally try to cut down on dairy. But I do like cheese. I ain't gonna lie, I like cheese. But yeah, I probably should cut down on that too. To a positive step, Haze. I appreciate that. Yo, Sam B in a place to be. Hey, hey, hey. How's your day? Oh, that was a nasty line on his head though. I mean, you can't, I don't know if you saw it on the screen because I have to cut off like most of it just to avoid copyright issues. But damn, that was a nasty land. But Rob Van Dam sells injuries like nobody else. Like, I feel like if you're going to pick somebody who sells injuries the best, Rob Van Dam, the way this guy gets folded up, and you honestly think this guy was injured for real, but nah, he's fine. But he can sell an injury good. Like, he's probably, in my opinion, the best. At least, I don't know about the new wrestlers, but certainly of the old school wrestlers, he sells injuries the best. Like, he really, every single time, he would have you thinking like, yo, they might need to stop this match. I'm a member of their gym, but to be honest, because I do nights, it's hard to fit in sessions. Yeah, that's the thing, man. It gets difficult when you're working, you got things going on as well. Is that a 24-hour gym though? Oh, he got it. Robin them got it. Nice. But even still, if you're working nights, you got to sleep, you know. My protein comes from dairy. So it's like what, milk, cheese. I guess more milk than cheese, I'd assume, actually. Going Sunday, I'm bloated, but good, Jacob. It's been alright. Been looking for a holiday. Oh, I hear that. Where would you go, Sam? What's the plan? Which part of the world? 5-star frog splash was incredible. Look at this guy. Like the way he hit that splash, like you know the other guy must have got hurt. At least they look like they did anyway. Like I said, this guy sells it well. Yeah, 24-hour gym. Cool. Yeah, 24-hour gyms. I think if you're going to join a gym membership, in all honesty, I mean, I'm not saying off-peak is useless. It's not. Depending on your actual time and your schedule, you might be fine with an off-peak membership. I think for most people, you probably want to do a 24-hour thing just because, especially like, yeah, if you maybe work nights or you just have awkward working hours where at the very least, you know, if you got an hour here, an hour there, you don't have to worry about, oh, is it fitting in within this time? You could just go to the gym or do what you need to do and puts everything in. For real, man, for real. DDP, man, Diamond Dallas Page. He's doing yoga now. DDP yoga. And Christian, man, look at this guy. Before all the injuries. Well, most of the injuries, I should say. Yeah, more milk, cheese, and minimal egg consumption. Okay. Oh, I do like eggs, actually. Yeah, so where would you go? Where would the destination be? I was supposed to go camping with the family, but stuff has happened, and I don't want to go, so I'm looking at Kent to see Elliot's family. So wait, you can go anywhere in the world and you choose Kent. I mean, I ain't knocking Kent, but Kent? You know, like anywhere in the world, like if you can go anywhere in the world, in the entire world, I ain't saying Kent's a bad place, I ain't saying that, but if you can go anywhere in the world, in the whole planet, you still choose Kent? Like if money's not an issue, that kind of thing. Like if you can go, and say for you, Jacob, as well, like if money's not an issue, money, time, things like that, if they're not an issue, and you can go anywhere in the world, where would it be? So my crazy work hours, yeah. Oh wait, we said it right. Okay, dream holidays, Finland. And I'm too poor for that. Well, one day, man, one day. Yeah, it's beautiful. Finland. It's lovely. It's cold as hell. That is a beautiful country. South Africa. Oh, nice. I've been to South Africa. Went there. Oh, what year was that? 2000? I can't remember. It was a while ago now. But yeah. Not been Finland, but I have been to Denmark and Sweden, which is near Finland, I believe, if I got my geography correct. Scandinavian area, isn't it? South Africa. Oh, nice. Was that Cape Town? That's the one. That's a part of South Africa I didn't go to. Oh, Johannesburg. Okay, Joburg, Josie. Yeah. Joburg. So if you're in Johannesburg, the locals call it Joburg. That's how you could fit right in. Got to say Joburg or Josie. I don't know. I just always wanted to visit Finland. No idea why. But that's the plan then. First you gotta believe it, then you can achieve it. It may not be today, it may not be tomorrow, but one day Sam would step foot in Finland. Bjork, oh yeah. Is she from Finland? She's not from Finland, is she? I think she's from Iceland. Or was it Finland? I don't know. But yeah, I like Bjork. She got some good songs. Where's Bjork from? Let me see real quick. Not that it matters, of course, but you know, yeah, I'm just curious right now. Yeah, she's Icelandic. Bjork, her last name is... Yeah, I don't think I can pronounce that, to be honest with you. I ain't gonna. I'm sure I'm gonna say this wrong because I don't even know what these characters are. Gudmundsdóttir. Yeah, I'm just butchering that. I'm probably pronouncing her first name wrong as well. She's 57 years old. But yeah, she's got some good songs out there. I like Bjork though. Big up to Bjork. My dream destination, oof, man. There's definitely a lot of places I like to go to. But if I have to pick one, just one, Tokyo, Japan. It's super expensive. Like the flight, the stay, all of that is super expensive. Like you're looking at around, I mean, the last time I checked, at least anyway, to be fair, I've not checked for a while, so maybe the prices have changed since then. But the last time I checked, to go there for like 5 days would be somewhere around £2,000. Like flight and hotel and stuff like that, about somewhere around £2,000 last time I checked. But I mean, yeah, I don't know what the prices are now, but hopefully they've come down actually, like way down. Hopefully they've come way down. But yeah, it's a pretty expensive city. But yeah, that would be my dream place to go to, because like I'd want to see things. I mean, I say Tokyo. I guess I really should say Japan, because there's a few places in Japan I'd like to go to, like Tokyo, Kyoto, Nippon. I think, is that Nippon? But yeah, there's a few places in Japan I'd like to go to. I think Tokyo's the main one, and just kind of be around that kind of hyper environment where, you know, it has a very similar aesthetic to, say, Western culture, but a lot of their attitudes are extremely different to Western culture. And for me, I think that kind of paints like a very cool, interesting experience to be amongst, you know, because they got buildings and skyscrapers and offices, and they wear suits, you know, so a lot of it looks like how London might look, right? But then the people, their culture and the way they see things and what's important to them is completely different. Well, not completely, but a lot of it is very different. So I feel like that juxtaposition of a similarity and, sorry, a familiarity, and also a very massive differential, for me, I feel like that'd be an interesting thing to experience. And also, like, Japan is like, how many video games came out of Japan? Like, some of my favorite games of all time came out of Japan. So to be amongst the place that, you know, introduced me or got me hooked, that started off my lifelong love affair of video games, or I don't know if it started it, but certainly had a big part to play in it. So yeah, Japan in general, but Tokyo specifically. probably get there and be like, it's too cold, I'm going home, but it looks beautiful and the things can drink. Yeah, I think they have a higher volume in their beer. I think I know Denmark they do at least anyway, and I imagine Finland is probably not too different. It's that Viking blood for sure. For sure. Nordic. It's all the mead. Apart from that, quiet song, I don't know any other song. It's oh so quiet. Shh. Yeah, she's got quite a few goals like Play Dead. Oh, he just kicked out. DDP kicked out. Trying to think right now, but yeah, there's definitely a few ones that did pretty well. Like Play Dead, I think was quite a popular one as well. But yeah, Quiet is probably a most popular song, I think. Venus as a Boy, I think, was another popular one. Oh, DDP got it. That's like DDP yoga he's been doing, man. Darwin Dallas Page, I don't know if you know this, but he actually got into wrestling at around 40 years old. 40-something years old. I think, well, either late 30s or 40s, I'm not sure, but he was certainly at an age where most people tend to retire when he started getting into wrestling. And yeah, he did pretty well. Yo, what up, Dan? Yo, DDP was awesome back in the day, man. He was kind of underrated, but yeah, that's a good thing. Yeah, man like DDP. Hey, you're talking Japan for tech. Oh my day, like for sure, man. And so some of the technology they have and some of the things they have, be cool to experience it. See all the weird and wonderful things, or maybe just weird. You know what I mean? For some reason, I thought Bjork was from Finland, and when you mentioned that country, her name popped into my head. It looks amazing. I like the architecture out there and the culture. Not sure about their traditional food, but I know they're very westernized. They got a lot of Western food chains. Yeah, I think they do. I mean, I have tried some Japanese. Well, I guess it's technically not. It's not necessarily French Japanese because it's probably made somewhere in London, right? But I have tried, say, Japanese style foods, and I don't have a problem with most of it. Well, not most, but some of it. Like I don't like sushi. I've tried, and I don't mind sushi, but I think like it could very much depend on specifically which type of sushi as well, because some of it is a bit too much for me. But things like I don't know what they're called right now, but was it katsu curry? Yeah, this page was good for sure. Venus was my jam back in the day. Yeah, man. Oh, it's what he calls me, hermaphrodite, isn't it? Take your vitamins. Rock was on the site of nails back in the day, man. You know, they say, no guts, no glory. Indeed, man. He was very nimble for his age. Wait, what did I miss? So I was making a brew. We're just talking about Japan. I can't eat raw food. You know, the thing about the sushi, actually, I mean, it is raw fish, but it's not like the raw fish that you would get from like your fishmongers. You know, it's not like that. It's very treated. You know, so it's not like you just catch a fish out of the sea, cut it up, and start eating it. The fish is treated to a point where it, you know, it's cleaned out and all kinds of stuff. So it's not too bad, actually. I mean, it's not as bad as it might sound when you hear the term raw fish. It sounds awful, but because like it's prepared in a way where it's healthy, safe to eat, it's actually fine. So that bit I don't mind. It's more I think it's more like the seaweed bit, and oftentimes they have like the I think soy sauce they put in it. That could be a bit much for me. Or was it the wasabi? Because it's not really spicy wasabi. It's just a weird kind of sensation, and even like a little bit of it can feel like just, you know. I have tried sushi, yeah, it's a while ago. I mean, these days, not so much. Mainly because, like, it seems like a lot of times sushi these days, and I don't know, maybe it's always been like this, I just didn't notice. But it seems like a lot of sushi that I come across is made with alcohol. Because I don't do alcohol, I tend to just avoid it. I mean, it's not a lot of alcohol, by the way, but it's just like, it's made like wine, and it's kind of mixed in with the vinegar and the rice and stuff like that. So it's not a lot of alcohol. You're not going to get drunk off it. It's not like that, but it's still alcohol nonetheless. So I tend to just avoid it. But I don't. I mean, to my mind, it feels like that's a new thing. Either that, or yeah, I just didn't even realize when I was eating sushi before. So yeah. But when I was trying sushi, this is probably going back probably about 10 years, no, more than that. Probably close to 20 years actually now. Yeah, it's probably close to 20 years ago when the last time I tried sushi, because I remember where I was working at the time. And yeah, it was alright though, it was alright. Like I say, some of it didn't sit too well with me, but yeah, some of it was alright. Goldust, he was probably the weirdest superstar ever, man. Till this day. Till this day. And he knows it. No vegetarian, I wouldn't want to offend them by not eating the food, so I would try to be more adventurous. You can actually get vegetarian sushi, by the way. So, sushi really refers to, the word sushi, I mean, really refers to the base. So it's a vinegared rice, right? And it's wrapped in seaweed. And then it's typically served with the, you know, the raw fish. That's the most common, say, traditional way of doing it. But yeah, you can get vegetable sushis. You get chicken sushi, you get vegetable sushi, all kinds of different sushi. So yeah, if you ever try sushi, yeah, you go up for a vegetarian option. So it'd just be like rice wrapped in seaweed. It's like the rice is like vinegared. So it's like kind of like all stuck together. But it's all but it's wrapped up in seaweed to hold it all together. It's like a thin layer of seaweed that they used to wrap around it. And then they have to like the like in the middle of it is where you have like the like whether it's the vegetables or sometimes it's on top and it's kind of packed in. Maven, I remember Maven. Man, they brought this guy in from like Tough Enough, and then they didn't really do much with him in the end, which is a shame. I'm pretty sure not going. I'm sure not going on the big family holiday and just going to Canada Valley and the kids isn't going to go down well, but I'm sure the fall will be interesting. Well, hopefully nothing too major, but hey, something to keep the relationship lively. Sometimes you need just a little bit of spark, but nothing too bad. Nothing too bad. Haze, why have you got such a low opinion of Ken for holidays? No, I don't have a low opinion of Ken. I mean, I think I have been to Ken. I'm sure I've probably passed through it a bunch of times or things like that. So I don't have a low opinion of Ken. I was just thinking that out of everywhere in the world, you know, out of everywhere in the world, you know what I mean? It's like, I mean, I like Birmingham. But if I can choose anywhere in the world, you know what I mean? So no, I don't have a lot of opinion of Ken. To be honest, I probably don't know enough about Ken to have any real opinion of it. I'm sure I've passed through it a bunch of times, but I don't think I've ever really kind of been there to kind of be around and, you know, that sort of thing. So I don't really have much of an opinion of outside of what I can barely remember I've seen of it. But nah, Ken's fine. Kent's huge though. I mean, what counts as Ken, I think, is quite a large part. Like, I think even parts of the like within the M25, I think count as Ken. Like, I think Ken, the further away from London, the better. That's probably true, actually. Ken, I lived in Deal. It's a small seaside town. It was honestly lovely. By the sea. So if you did go back to Kent, would you go to Deal or no Deal? Known as the Garden of England. Okay, I did not know that. I did not know that. Oh, Spike D. Spike Dudley. Oh, that was like the 24-hour rules they did, wasn't it? Oh, Crash Holly. Oh, man. Rest in peace, Crash Holly. Man. He passed away young as well. I think he was like 30-something, like 33, 34. He's young. And Ken Welling. But unfortunately, I'm close to London. Welling, I think you're within the M25 on Welling, right? Which means when they extend the ULEZ, that's going to affect you if you got one of the older cars. If you've got like a diesel or something. Years ago, we went to Dover and did the trek up the White Cliffs. That was amazing. Oh, that sounds nice, actually. Oh, what's going on? What is going on? What just happened? I don't know what's happened, but my screens just went blank. And I don't know why. I don't know if you could hear me on the... Oh, what's going on? What just happened? Okay, I'm not sure what's going on. Hopefully you can still hear me, but I'm really not sure what is happening right now. I think I'm still live, but I can't see anything. Well, I can't see what's going on, I should say more specifically. But I think I'm still live. Okay, I'm pretty sure I'm still live. The scenery looks amazing. Yeah, the audio seems fine. Okay, cool. Yeah, not sure what happened. My screen just went blank, and I don't know what caused it, but I don't think the stream cut out, which is good. But yeah, the screen, my whole screen just went blank for a few seconds. But I think we're okay now. Hopefully whatever caused that issue is resolved itself. As we've gone up between seconds. No. I mean, it would have been, but no. Alright, I think we're back now. Or, wait. Am I still moving? One sec. I might need to refresh something real quick. Okay. I'm moving on your yeah, I think I'm moving on your screen. Okay. I think the stream on your end seems to be fine, but certain things look mad weird on my end. But I think you're at least receiving the stream okay, which I guess is a good thing. It just looks so mad on my side right now. Well, not mad-ish anyway. Okay, well, we'll continue. I think we're okay for the minute. Let me not do nothing because I don't think I need to at the moment. So anyway, looks weird, but I think we're okay. Cool. We used to go to Dover, Canterbury, Margate. Oh, Margate. I remember Margate. Glad order has been restored. Yeah, at least some form of order, at least anyway. Seems to be okay for the minute. Looks a little weird on my side, but it seems to be okay. Yeah, I went there pretty much every summer as a kid. Yeah, Margate. Yeah, I remember we had a family trip to Margate. Yes, I might have been mad young when we did, but. And Brighton, we used to go Brighton. I've been Brighton a couple of times, but yeah, all a long time ago now. I need to get him off. I'll just tell him he's a prick. Hey! I mean, yeah, but hey! Oof. Here we go to Westwood Cross. Okay, okay. And as far as the eye, I could see it was like a kid in a candy shop. Nah, never had a Westwood Cross. I had a Hurricane. Yeah. Stand back. There's a hurricane coming through. Yeah, I don't think I've heard of Westwood Cross either, to be honest with you. Jerry Lawler, Jim Ross. Name more classic duo. Oh, be quiet. It's my Jesus. Your wife to call you a prick. Hey! I mean, yeah, but hey! Apparently Sam gets prick privileges. Okay. Kurt Angle. Oh. Kurt Angle was oh wait, yeah, it was before he shaved his head, wasn't it? Yeah, this must have been when yeah, it must have been around when he started. I think he started with WWE in about 2000. So what's this? 2002, isn't it? So this must be like within his first maybe few years. Westwood Crosses and Broadstairs. Yeah, to be honest, I should have heard of that one either. Let me get my map out. Let me get my map out, because clearly my geography is not up to snuff. Alright, what's it called? Westwood Cross. Westwood Cross, let's see here. Okay, it's in that Margate area, or near Margate. You're nice to I'll call you. Oh, okay. So when I'm nice, I'm a cunt. Okay, cool. That's cool. That's cool. As long as I know that what the differences are, which each ones mean. Cool, cool. Man, peak Kane right now, man. Look how big this dude is. Glenn Jacobs. Mayor right now, actually, I think. Is he a mayor? He's some kind of politician right now. No, it's supposed to as a kid. Awesome time. Those are fun memories, holiday, and the British shores. There are a lot of cool places in England, well, Britain, really, I should say. As you can tell, I'm English. But there are a cool places in Britain that yeah, you can go to on holiday, and most of them, especially, you don't necessarily need to go for like 5 days or whatever. You can go for like a day, so you could do like a day trip, get like a intercity train, you know, and have like a day trip into one of these cities or towns, you know, just kind of be around. Oh, so I should probably be doing that sort of thing more often. I should be doing some of that thing more often. Just like goes to a town and be there for like a day or whatever. Not even a whole day, but you know. Ah, man. Be right back. Alright, where's a good place in Britain to go to? Let's include all of Britain. A good place for a day trip. I'm going to lie, I did Google Westwood Cross because I couldn't remember who it was. Well, that makes me feel a little bit better. But yeah, I've got it on my map right now. I got to, well, not right now because I just took off my screen, but yeah. Ugh, man. My ear be hurting, y'all. My ear be hurting. But yeah, I think when it comes to the UK, in terms of like places that I've been, you know, not just like passed through, but actually been to, I guess I've been a few spots, but a lot of them were like a while ago, like Brighton, years ago, Southampton, Birmingham, Liverpool, Manchester, Margate, but yeah, years for Margate. Cardiff. Oh, I've been to Bristol as well. Been to another place in Wales called Abergavenny, but that's a small town in Wales. My aunt used to live there. I think that's about it, you know. There's a few other places I've kind of passed through, but not really spent time there, you know. No, it's that significant time to say that I've been there. Just kind of like I used to do delivery work, so sometimes you get deliveries in places around, so you're just kind of passing through. You're not really, or just stopping to deliver something. You're pretty much going back right away, but you're not really going. You know what I mean? I feel like that don't really count. But yeah, I'd like to go to Scotland though, Edinburgh. Maybe check out the Fringe. They got the Fringe Festival there. Aside, you get to call me names also. When Elliot left me for that twat, he said he realized he messed up when he called her nonce and she cried. If it was me, I would have laughed and called him something more insulting. You know, that's actually pretty awesome when you think about it. Like, it sounds, I guess, like, you know, outside looking in, it sounds like, wait a minute, well, why would you... But I think I get it. Like, there's certain types of, like, relationships you have where even though to anybody else it sounds like an insulting thing, you know that it comes from a place of love, right? And that's not the type of relationship you could have with just anybody. You know what I mean? Like, that's, you can't just walk up to some random person and start calling them whatever and think it's going to be okay, because it's not. So those types of relationships where you have them, yeah, that's awesome. So yeah, I'm glad he realized his error, and may he remember that error so that he may not repeat it. Man, Kurt Angle holding his own though still. But yeah, that's going to be the last WrestleMania for April. We did WrestleMania month for April, and this is the last one. As for next year, I gotta be honest, I ain't too sure if I'm gonna do this again, but hey, we'll see how I'm feeling next year. That was closer, wasn't it? But you know what? Yeah, I don't think I'll be getting back into wrestling, not in any real way, to be honest. But it was cool, or it is cool to check in on it, and especially watching some of these older matches that I ain't seen for like 20 years or whatever. Bring back some memories. Time flies indeed, man, indeed. Call me a bitch. I'm like, oh, thank you. She's a bitch when you call my name. She's a bitch. Wrestling's cool, and the old matches tend to bring nostalgia. Oh, for real. Oh, he got the ankle slam. But he's a... Oof. Kicked out. K kicks out. So Angle has his move, his finishing move called Angle Slam. I always felt like they missed a trick by not calling it the right angle. You know what I mean? How awesome would that be if they called it the right angle? Oh well. And even the ankle lock that he does, he could call it the angle lock. It's like they just missed a trick, man, but hey. But yeah, man. I remember when I was in school, actually, like we used to like cuss each other for fun, and we would say some of the vilest things to each other, like proper vile. Like, even thinking back on it now, I'm like, yo, we used to say that. You know, but we would cuss each other's families, you know, we'll talk about like race, listen, we will say like the wildest things to each other, but it was all fun, right? And we'll just laugh. I mean, I don't know if I'd want to do that now with somebody. Well, I don't know, depends on the situation, I suppose. But just thinking back on it, yeah, I remember like being in like in the common room and like just saying some of the wildest, most racist things to to people there, and them saying stuff back, and people just like laughing it off, and you know, because it was all fun. It was all in the name of just like having fun with each other. But yeah, good times, man. Good times. If it fails, a wrong angle. Acute angle. That's for his not so good moves, but they look nice. Oh, Angle had the ropes though. Angle had his feet on the ropes. Referee didn't see it. He cheated to beat Kane. Where's the integrity? It's not cheating if you don't get caught. That's what he used to say, is it? I smirk when I hear someone believing maybe evil when they state in the most bland attempt at an insult. But yeah, I think like if you're gonna have that kind of relationship with somebody where you could like throw insults at each other and it can still be fun. Like I said, it's not the type of thing you can go into right away. You know. Oh my days, look at this. Oh, you can't see it, but look at this. This was like wrestling just... Man, wrestling was a different... Wrestling was just different back then. I mean, the fact that the Godfather had a group of ladies that he called his hoes. And that was the thing, the Godfather and his hoes. No disqualification. Undertaker versus Ric Flair. I see, I think it's not the insult, it's the delivery. I don't think it's okay to go personal with it, but I like insults and being insulted. It's funny to me. Yeah, like I used to know a guy that I was working with for a little while where, like, I don't, like, it's like maybe within a few days of where we started working, like maybe within maybe about a second day, I think. Like, he would be shouting, swearing, calling me all kinds of names. And I'm thinking, like, I don't know you like this, right? So don't talk to me like that. Like, I don't know you for you to be calling me anything. But he'd be, like, mad, angry, shouting, swearing, calling me all this, that, and the other. And then later on, he's all going like, oh, yeah, this is how I talk with my friends. And it's like, nah, I ain't your friend then. I don't talk to me like that. I ain't your friend. But yeah, you're right. I think you're right. It's like, it's not, you can't just, like, walk up to somebody and start, like, the delivery matters. How you say it matters. The context of what you're saying matters. And when you don't really know somebody, it's like, wait a minute, bro, I don't know what you think this is. I don't know what you think this is, but this is not okay. But yeah, but we have that relationship with somebody where you know somebody for maybe a little while and you kind of build that the kind of rapport with them. And you kind of naturally know each other's boundaries when you have a relationship with somebody, right? You know, we know someone for a little while, you get to naturally kind of know their boundaries and they kind of naturally know yours. So you know you could kind of say certain things, you know. And of course you can still push you can kind of test things and push things a little bit, but it's always make an impression, yeah, for sure. Not a good impression, but yeah. this film. I needed to know the person very well before poking fun at them and understand. You're right, exactly, because you kind of naturally know somebody's boundaries and what's okay and what isn't okay. And like if you see somebody every day and you kind of you know what I mean? You guys can insult me anytime. Oh, that's sweet. Appreciate that, Sam. That's how you know Sam loves us. Isakova. Oh, awesome. I've only been there once. Awesome, yeah. Dead Man Inc. Yeah, this was, he was coming out to the Limp Bizkit song at this point, which I like the Limp Bizkit song. It was a cool song, but like, I don't know, the American Badass entrance was much better. Like that bit when he's like, I am the American Badass. But classic Undertaker, like I don't think you can beat that. Canada is Flair country. I don't have to hunt for the bricks. I took the drive cliffs. Oh, I read it wrong. It says picks, not pricks. My bad. I can't read. I thought it said pricks. I was like, no, it says picks. My bad. Took off the drive. Okay, the picks. Yeah, gotcha. I can't read. I'm sorry. Back in a bit. Cool. Oh, Flair was, I think, about 50 at this time. And I think the Undertaker was maybe like 30s. No, would have been like maybe 40s. I think Undertaker was like in his 40s at this point. Late 30s or 40s. But yeah, Flair, I mean, I think Flair was past his prime at this point. Let's just keep it real. Like, they had to do a lot to make Flair look good. And that's Charlotte Flair's turn. Alright. I need to take a quick little break myself, naturally. So I should be back in just a few moments, a few minutes-ish. I'm not going to press pause. I'm just going to let it run. So if you're watching along, yeah, we're not pressing pause because it's a long thing. So I'm just going to let it run. But I should be back before this match is over. But I'm going to put this screen on, the break screen on. So yeah, be back, or should be back in just a little bit. And see you then. Oh wait, it's this one, isn't it? Wrong button. And hey, I is back, y'all. I is back. Thank you for sticking around. For those who stuck around, thank you for joining. For those who have joined, yep, here we go. Here we go. We live. We live. And we still got Ric Flair versus Undertaker on screen. Appreciate that, Dan. Appreciate that. Thank you for sticking around. Big up to men like Dan. Oof. Actually, we'll talk about this earlier, actually, Dan. We're asking if you can go anywhere in the world, like money's not an issue, time, all that sort of stuff. Any kind of obstacle is not an issue. If you can go to any place in the world, where would you want to go the most? Or somewhere that you haven't been already? Where would you want to go? I was saying I'd like to go to Tokyo. Sam mentioned Finland. Sometimes I miss the old Ross break screen. The old Ross break screen. Oh, wait, yeah, I think what you mean. We were on a break. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was using that for a little while, wasn't I? Yeah. Man, you remember that? That's awesome. I forgot about that, damn. But yeah, and I remember that, yeah. We were on a break. So many choices indeed. So much fun. Yeah, I've been using this layout for streaming for quite a while actually. I think at least a couple of years, I think. So maybe it's about time I changed. I mean, I won't do it now. I don't think I'm in any particular rush to change it. But I'm thinking about, could be time for a change, you know. Revamp the screen, the streaming layout. I paid, I think it was about £30 for this stream layout. And I'm pretty sure I've gotten way more than £30 of use out of it. It served me well for many, many years. Well, at least a few years anyway. So yeah, I might have to consider changing at some point, because especially I'm looking to upgrade my desktop PC, and hopefully I'll be able to do it in the next month or two. So yeah, maybe part of that would include refreshing and redoing the stream layout. Maybe get some cool new design, you know, see what's happening in the world of stream layouts in today, and see what takes my fancy. Am I limited by one location, by the way? Well, let's say, I mean, yeah, I guess you could pick more than one location, but let's say, what is your, like, main, like, if you have to pick more than one, okay, cool, but like, what's the one that you want to go to above all else? Like, what is, like, the #1 spot you want to go to? But yeah, if you got to pick 2 or 3, cool. Back screen. That's a nice reference. Yeah. Be right back. It was like, yeah, had the GIF for Ross. I think I had a few other references on other screens I was making at the time. I don't even remember what they are right now, but I feel like I remember making some other references. I think I had some sound effects I was using at the time. I should might have to bring some of those back actually if I can even find them. Or maybe just recreate them. They're not hard to make, to be honest. So. Okay, but just one. I would need to study Mandarin. Then it would be Shaolin. Okay. Well, that's an interesting one. I didn't even know Shaolin was a place. I just thought it was the... I thought it was just the martial arts. But I guess Shaolin Kung Fu is from Shaolin. I mean, maybe that's why it was named after. I'm assuming that now anyway. Oh, Ric Flair, man. What was you thinking of? It probably wasn't actually, let's be honest, he wasn't thinking. The Undertaker of all people. If it were just on, but I would need some, yeah. So yeah, I think Undertaker was about 40 or so, or near enough to 40 when he was in there at this point. So I don't want to make too many assumptions, but I'm guessing he was probably dyeing his hair at this time. And he probably still does. Oh, yanked him off. Well, technically, Shaolincy. Am I saying that right? Shaolincy. I'm probably saying that way off. Shaolincy. That's right, correctly. Alright, let me click on that link real quick. See what we got here. Shaolin Monastery, okay. Shaolincy, also known as Shaolin Temple, renowned monastic institution recognized as the birthplace of Chan Buddhism. and the cradle of Shaolin Kung Fu. It is located at the foot of Wuru Peak of the Zhongshan mountain range in Dengfeng County, Henan Province, China. The name reflects its location in the ancient grove of the mountain Shaoxi in the hinterland of the Zhongshan Mountains. Okay, well, I did not know that. That's pretty cool. Appreciate the info. But the way Undertaker pops up in front of that camera though. And no one is half the battle. Yeah, G.I. Joe, international hero. I think to be fair though, Ric Flair is probably in better shape than most people his age, but yeah, he's not moving like he used to, you know. Oh, well, I mean. No DQ match with The Undertaker. What was you thinking, Ric Flair? And at WrestleMania as well. Undertaker didn't lose at WrestleMania for a long time. Where would you travel if money isn't an issue? I would go to Tokyo. I mean, I think Japan in general, but Tokyo specifically. You know, it just looks like such a mad city. Like, because I feel like it's one of these places, at least from what I can tell from the outside, is that there's a lot of stuff that looks like London. Like, you know, the buildings are quite similar. You know, office spaces and, you know, things like that. They got cars and, you know, cities and bustling metropolis and, you know, that sort of thing. So a lot of it looks like London, but the people and the culture is very different. And I just feel like that'd be a cool kind of juxtaposition to have, like a familiarity in aesthetics, in some aesthetics, but also like a completely different culture as well within that. So yeah, I mean, there's loads of places I'd like to go to, but if I could afford it, and God willing, one day I will. Tokyo. No place I'd like to visit. Oh, Flair just should have stayed down, Flair. Hong Kong's on that list as well. Yeah. Actually, my brother's is in Hong Kong right now. He's got a job out there. Well, he technically is employed here, but in the UK, but they sent him out there to work stuff. I don't know exactly what he does, but yeah. Might have to go there. See if I can get a cheap place to stay, sleep on the couch for a little while. Actually, no, I won't sleep on the couch. He's my little brother, so he sleeps on the couch. I was like, yo, make sure your bed's clean and you sleep on the couch. I'm the big brother, you're the little brother. Nah, but for real, that would be cool to go out there. We've been out there, I think, for a year now. Yeah, I think it'd be about a year or coming up to a year. And I think he's still got at least another couple of years to go. Ooh. Oof. That was an authoritative kick out. Oh, what was you thinking of, Arn Anderson? Why did he come out here? Oof. Smack him up. Smack him up. Be right back. Alright. Man, everyone's gonna be right back right now. Alright. Oh yeah, Undertaker had a Sarah tattoo out for a little while, didn't he? Then he got crossed out when that girl left him. Oh, he got it. He got it. With a tombstone. Oh, he just hit the referee. Nah. Man don't care, you know. Ten and 0 at WrestleMania. Nobody beat The Undertaker at WrestleMania until Brock Lesnar at WrestleMania. I don't even remember what number it was, but it was Undertaker's 20th WrestleMania. No, 22nd WrestleMania, actually. Hey, Booker T, man. Booker T was wild, man. Sucker. The Einstein theory of relatives, yeah, another one. About something they're not getting too close to your sister, son. Sucker. That is the wrong one I'm going for. What am I doing here? Sucker. Booker T. Hey, Booker T is a one, man. Like, when Booker T is smart, man, smart. Yo, Jacob's back. Back just in time for Booker T versus Edge. Well, we just had Undertaker versus Ric Flair. Undertaker won, of course, it's Wrestlemania. What else? That was about it, really. Oh, that was Kane versus Angle. I think I might have saw that actually. But yeah, now Booker T versus Edge, man. Yeah, I think this is roundabout or not long after Booker T's joined the WWE. And I felt like this was at roundabout a time where they really weren't doing that many cool stuff with the... I mean, Booker T was always a cool character. Like, even when he joined, he was always a cool character. And I think he's always had a cool character. But, like, they either weren't pushing him that much, or they'll put him in, like, some dumb situations where he would lose when he clearly shouldn't have. This is WrestleMania 18. But to be fair, I think he did win a good few matches during that time. But yeah, it wasn't until I feel like much later, like a good few years later, where they really started excelling with Booker T's character. But yeah. Remember Sting though. Sting took forever before he signed with WWE. Like, he was maybe one of the last WCW wrestlers to finally join WWE, but years later. Like, he was not going to do it for a while, and then they finally got him. But then when he came, they put him in some lame match with Triple H, and Triple H won, which, I mean, whatever, but it was more the way he won as well. It was lame. And I was like, you bring this, after all these years, you bring Sting in, and this is what you do. It's like, that was definitely somebody's ego. Like, somebody's had an ego trip and just felt like, oh, we're going to show him. And it was dumb. It was like, why bother just for that? That's where, when I think of things like that, that's why I'm like, you know what, this buyout by this other company for WWE might not be a bad move. Because at least it means that they don't have one person with so much sway, you know, where they can just like make changes on the fly over some dumbness. But I don't know if a board meeting is much better either, so I guess we'll have to wait and find out. And original NWL man, then yeah, NWA, yeah. I mean, Sting's been wrestling for, I mean, what, 80s, I think. So I remember seeing him in like old school matches, like when he had the short hair, the short blonde hair. And he had like the face paint that was more like the Ultimate Warrior's face paint. It was like similar to the Ultimate Warrior's face paint. But he had short blonde, almost kind of, not quite spiky, but that kind of straight up hair. I've been involved in wrestling for at least 3 years, yeah, man. I'm not sure what he's doing now, though. I mean, I think, did he move to AEW? But yeah, WWE never did nothing with him in the end, apart from that one match. They didn't really do much with him. He did make it to Hall of Fame, I think, but in the end, it was just a whole lot of hype, and they didn't do anything with it. But Sting's, I mean, he's got to be like 60s by now. I don't think he's wrestling actively these days. Probably, well, I hope he's not still wrestling actively these days. He's earned his rest. Look at that move. Oh, Edge got out of it though. Many years ago, Sting, Ultimate Warrior were actually a tag team. Good. Oh, you know what? I think I remember reading that actually, yeah. I think I remember reading that, yeah, actually. Oh, here we go. Spinneroonie. Now get the scissors kick in. Oh no, too late. Oh wait, no, you got it. Now get the pin. Don't take too long. It's crawling over. Now he's gonna kick out. He took too long to cover him. Yeah. Blade Runners, I think they were called. Man, I remember reading that, I think, but yeah. That would have been before I was watching wrestling on a regular basis. Yeah, the Blade Runners. 1985 and 1986. Oof. For my time also. Yeah, man. Steve Borden and Jim Hellwig. Oh, he got him. This would have been, I guess, you know, I think this would have been NWA days, actually, wasn't it? It doesn't say, but I mean, I'm pretty sure it says somewhere, but what's up with that? Hurricane, man. Dave, have you managed to get any gaming in lately? Little bit. Oh, Hurricane got tricked. What was that? Mighty Molly. Oh man, took his title. Yeah, I played a little bit of Cyberpunk 2077, but just side missions I was doing the other day. Scott Hall, rest in peace, Scott Hall. But that's pretty much it, apart from the game stream on Thursday. Yeah, just a little bit of Cyberpunk for, I think, about a couple of hours I managed to play for. But yeah, it's just side missions, just doing some stuff to kind of open up the town a little bit. I haven't gone back to the main missions just yet. Scott Hall, hey yo, the bad guy. Is Cyberpunk any good? Yeah, that's pretty cool. I am digging it so far. I mean, the main story is pretty cool. I will say that it's quite in depth, and there's definitely a lot in there. But it does a good job of kind of keeping you not confused, right? But yeah, it's pretty cool so far. Pretty cool so far. That's how I'm playing in my collection, but I haven't got around to playing it yet. Yeah, it's definitely worth checking out. At least playing for a little while to see if it's for you. But yeah, so far so good. But it's a pretty big game. And there's like 3 different modes you can play, like where you can either be a street, or was it street smart kid or something like that. And there's one that was maybe a more corporate person, and one that was something else. I don't remember what it was, but it gives you the 3 options in the beginning. And I chose street kid. And I assume that if you picked one of the other options, I mean, I imagine there's probably going to be a lot that's the same or similar, but you probably have like different starting points, and because of that, maybe have like different ways of progressing through the game. That's what I'm assuming anyway, but I don't know that for sure. Sam is back again. Brex just entered the chat. Yo, what up, Brex? Appreciate you coming back, Sam. Are there replicants in Cyberpunk? Oh, like in Blade Runner? No. It does deal with what they call implants, like cybernetic implants. So, like, I don't know if you ever played Deus Ex, but kind of similar to that, where you could upgrade yourself. You know, you have like implants, and you could, like, you know, change your finger to something else, or change your L, you know what I mean, stuff like that. It does deal with that, but you are human. Ultimately, you are human. Well, most of them are human. There's a particular character who went what they call full chrome or zero organic. But the thing is that the cybernetics, when you install them, they can have an effect on your like health. And the more you do it, the more it's going to have an effect on your health, right? So you have to take repressants and things like that. Otherwise, you just get sick. Right now, I don't have a whole bunch of things installed in my head, so I'm okay. But there is one particular implant that I got that is part of the main game, and I won't say too much about it because it's part of the main game, but it does some things to you. Interesting things, and it becomes part of the story as you play through it. Where's my red carpet, Jacob? I mean, we could throw blood on the carpet. That fetching it now. It's a bit late now, Jake. We're out already. Need the rollout ready. Scott Hall and Kevin Nash, Super Shredder. What'll that do? Oh, Austin goes straight to it. Tim White, man. Scott hasn't even got his jacket off yet. Oh, smack him back. Oh, elbow to the face. Oh, there you go. Get out of dodge. Smart move, Scott Hall. Smart move, make you get your jacket off. Do you guys know the story about Scott Hall killing somebody? Apparently this happened in the 80s when Scott Hall used to work as, I think it was like a bouncer in a bar or something like that, some kind of security in a bar. And I can't remember the exact story right now, but, well, some incident broke out. I think it was a fight or something like that. And Scott Hall ends up with a gun in his hand and pulling the trigger on this guy and killing him. But it went down as self-defense. I'm sure I'm missing a lot of details in that recap of the story, but yeah, I think it went down as self-defense in the end. Well, actually, no, I've just seen it now. So he claimed it was self-defense, but then the charges were dropped because there was a lack of evidence. Hey, just change your web. Always get. Oh yeah, change the seasons. Are you trying to get me in trouble with the Webcam of Jacob? Bow into the white lady for the free secretly hate me. It's a good point, actually. That might not look so well. It's like, what's going on here? Yeah, WWE SmackDown is on Friday nights, but it does come on Sundays too. Was that like the repeats? I'm old school, dude. I don't care what the Webcam will think. I bow to no man. There's actually a tradition in some parts of the world to bow to your elders, like in like West African traditions, for example, and I believe in some Asian traditions as well. Like it's like a sign of respect to bow to somebody, especially if like they're older than you or something like that. So I'm not sure. Actually, no. I know. I think. Wait, no. Actually, you know. No, I was about to say I'm not sure who's older, but no, I just remembered. I think Jake, you are older. So yeah, maybe she was the other way around. Actually, she was the other way around. Yeah. Pause it. Yeah. As I've seen dark, it's the actual matches. Okay. Yeah, no bowing. I'll settle for my throne on the red carpet. I'm not that old school. That being said, I think I'm the oldest one here, really. So, just saying, if you're bound to your elders, I'm just saying. I keyed. You don't need to do that. I don't need nobody doing that. It's all good. You could just call me master. Oh, you got a stunner though. Oh, Kevin Nash got something to say though. Man, knocking out the referee. Oh, this is going to be a mess. Scott Hall's got a still chair. Austin's being held up. Oh, just got out of it. Another stunner. Oh, there's no referee though. There's no referees. Need a ref. Someone's gonna come running down. There we go. Oh, that's Whaley. The way these referees just slide in though, that's skill. Can't speak for everyone else. Why I'm bound for no man. Well, not unless he brings me food. Cool. Let me get you some donuts. Good donuts, of course. Good donuts. None of that Tesco's £1 for 5 crap. You gotta get some good donuts. Oof. They've order if he's down now. Oh, look at that. That's Teddy Long. Player. For that, you're less of a prick. Oh, that's the yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, I like that one. I like that. Cool. Less of that one. More the other one. Oh, there you go. Tim going. Oof. Austin, last minute, last second. Watched the Lost Boys 87 last. Oh yeah, I saw on your Twitter actually. What do you think of the Lost Boys, Brax? That is a classic movie. Oh, and another one. Oh, he's got it now. This has got to be it. There we go. By the way, for anybody in the chat, or anybody in the world really, if you've not seen The Lost Boys, I would say that is a must-see movie. I've not seen it for a while, to be honest with you, so I definitely should watch it again. But I've seen it quite a few times in the back in the day, and it is a must-see movie. Classic 80s. With Corey Heyman, Corey Feldman. That's the two Corys, by the way. I don't know if you noticed that, Brax. You might not know this. This might be a little bit before your time. But yeah, Corey Feldman, Corey Heyman, they're like the two Corys. They're literally, that's what they're called. They're kind of like they're paired like a bunch of movies together. But yeah, they're in that, and of course, Kiefer Sutherland was the main vampire in that. Jason Partick was in it. But yeah, classic movie, man. So I lost Boys years ago. Yeah, man, I think it's not overdue. I need to rewatch it for sure, for sure. I'm gonna have to add that to the movie night list, actually. As a Fredo actually, Jacob, he used to come home from work and bring me goodies. He has changed. Oh no, Elliot, man, don't be getting too complacent. You can't wait till you can't fully to keep him on his toes, for sure. I thought it was good. The music was a vibe. The 80s horror. Actually, no, I'm gonna add some of it to my YouTube playlist. There's two other Lost Boys films too. Did they make a sequel? If they ever made a sequel, oh wait, no, they did, didn't they? They were like straight to straight to video movies or something. No, yeah, no, you're right. I mean, yeah. Honestly, I don't know if you should bother with those. I mean, I don't think I've seen them. Yeah, they were like, what was it, Lost Boys the Tribe in 2008, and then Lost Boys the First in 2010. I've not seen them, but honestly, I would say probably. My guess is don't bother. That's gonna be my guess. If you've seen the Lost Boys 87, I'm gonna go ahead and assume that the other ones are not even gonna be worth bothering with. In fact, I'm looking at some of the scores now, actually. I mean, of course, nothing wrong watching a bad movie, but right, you might want to avoid these ones for a while. At least let the Lost Boys really kind of sink in. I think let the Lost Boys original sink in properly before you watch any of those sequels. Like really let it marinate and just absorb it. Maybe watch it a few more times and then maybe watch those. But I'm gonna go ahead and guess right now. Don't even bother. Don't even bother. Oh, Ben. Big up men like Ben. Evening. Have a good weekend. Yes, sir. Yeah, man. I'm gonna have to get him told because I don't feel appreciated now. But indeed, man. Should be bringing back donuts. Donuts and cake. I guess I'll go with one of the original characters. The boy who had the red hairband. Those boys. Those boys' original movie is all you need to see. Nice. Thanks, man. Have I missed much so far, Haze? We are about 2 hours and 15 minutes into the event. Ish. Well, probably a bit less than that, actually. Maybe about 2 hours into the event. But yeah, we chatted a little bit. We talked about like places we'd like to visit. We talked about insulting people in a good way. And now Brax was saying that he just watched The Lost Boys and plans on watching the sequels. And we're just pointing out, or to let them know that, yeah, you probably don't need to bother with the sequels. I've personally not seen those sequels. I never say never, but I'm just, like I said, I'm guessing don't bother. I'm guessing don't bother. They were made many years later. I think they went straight to video or some crap like that. They're probably more of a attempt at cashing in on something that didn't go so well. The few people who have seen them don't seem to like them, but I mean, hey, look, nothing. Like I say, there's nothing wrong with watching a bad movie, but I'd say make sure before you watch anything like that, let the original marinate first. Like, let it sink in, so you can really appreciate what it does before you taint it with any of those crappy sequels. Stacy Keebler and the Dudley Boys. Oh, vanilla slice. Stacy Keebler's in the WWE Hall of Fame right now. Please, I'm trying to forget about that nightmare. I swear. So trying to tank the season straight. Oof. Can't believe that the opening 20 minutes were insane. The last couple of years, I've heard about the movie since it's a vampire film, and from the 80s, I was like, well, let me check it out. So you being up so much this weekend. Complete embarrassment. I'm ashamed. I support them. Oh man, ain't sounding too good. They've had quite a lot of bands performing live at this event actually. They don't usually have this many. Like I swear, they only have like maybe one. They've had like at least 3, I think, or 4 so far. Get the tables. It's been a chilled one. It has been working, so just being me and the kids. Sometimes chill weekends can be the best weekends. Ain't that the truth? Well, not that. Yeah, I should probably do it one day. I'll say I tend not. Anyway, what's the matter? I did not actually. I did not. I actually forgot. I mean, I didn't forget, but I kind of forgot. I remember it was happening today, and then I forgot it was happening. But yeah, I didn't watch it. Halloween Circle, hot dog stand in Chicago, and insulting restaurant in Australia. I told you about in another stream. Yeah, no, yeah, I remember those. So I'm happy. Oh, so far so good. Let's hope it stays that way. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you guys were in the chat the last time Brax was talking about this restaurant, but in case you weren't, so let me ask you this: there's a restaurant where you go to, and the staff there insult. That's kind of the whole kind of point of why people go there. They go there to be insulted by the staff. It's like the whole kind of vibe of this restaurant, right? The whole kind of selling point of it. People go there to be insulted. So, my question to you guys, and I think some of you answered this already, but if you haven't, let me. This is my question to you guys. Would you want to go to a restaurant where they insult you? Like where the staff insult you, people they just insult you. They insult you while they're taking your order. They insult you while you're asking for help. They insult you while you're eating your food. The staff are there to insult you, and that's the whole point of the restaurant. Does that sound like somewhere where you'd like to spend an evening? Oh wait, Billy and Chuck, yeah. I remember these guys. I remember this now. I remember the music. Billy and Chuck, yeah. I'll go Billy and Chuck pretend to be gay. Then one of them started falling for the other. I can't remember who turned. Yeah, they had the whole thing. Was like, I used to have all those like sort of gay innuendos and. They were a funny team, though. I can remember them being a fun team to watch. But Billy and Road Dogg, that for me is like one of the best tag teams ever. DX, like the New Age Outlaws, rather. Sorry, which is part of DX. But yeah, Billy Gunn and the Road Dogg, Jesse James, and New Age Outlaws. That to me is one of the best tag teams ever. It's either Jay, I heard about it though. Mo Farah's final. Oh right, yeah. I think you mean Jack Daniels. A great athlete. Want to replace him. The act. Post down between Billy and Chuck and Tori and Stacey off. Both Jerry Lawler. Not any fainted much. Even the smell of Jack Daniels would get me tipsy. Not a Jack Daniels or the restaurant because yes, both. So Sam's going to get insulted in this restaurant. Who else is going? Sam ain't played. But yeah, no, Billy and Chuck were a cool tag team. They were fun, but yeah. Well, I think of, I mean, I'll probably put the Dudley Boys as my favorite tag team. At APA, definitely going to be up there as well. But of course, New Age Outlaws. Edge and Christian, the Hardy Boys. Bradshaw used to do that clothesline from hell where he would just turn you inside out. Research. Nathan nearest screen. He's the main reason for Jack Daniels. Oh right, that's the yeah. No, I know I know what you're talking about. He's only recently been given his credit. Who would you say is the best ever manager or valet? Best ever manager of it. I'm gonna go. I know I'd pick. I'm gonna go with Heyman, Paul Heyman. Paul Heyman, in my opinion, was the best manager. I agree. Yeah. I mean, he was just good on the mic. He was just good at building up hype. Like, he was good just talking up his wrestlers. Like, even to this day, he's one of the best at it. But let's see, other good managers, other good valets. Oof. Probably Brain Heenan. Okay, yeah. Going old school. Is that Mr. Fuji? Remember him? And do you remember? I forget her name right now, but I think she was the manager for Edge and Christian for a little while. What was her name? I've forgotten her name right now, but I think she was the manager for Edge and Christian for a little while. He just like forced a kiss on her and then throw her off to the side. Mate, WWE was wild back in the day. Man just slapped her on the ass, forced a kiss on her and threw her off this side. Bro, how do these people not get sued more often? That's the real surprise. Not that they didn't get sued more often. I mean, yeah, it's cool that he's getting his credit now, but at the same time, it's kind of like, are they really just saying that anytime you've had like a car crash because you had too much Jack Daniels or whatever, it's a black guy's fault? I don't know. It's a double-edged sword. Do you really want to take credit for this one? You know, I'm just saying. I think some of that Jack Daniels kind of realized that JD was responsible for a lot of things going wrong in people's lives, and like, you know what? Let's see if we can shift some of this blame. Bobby Heenan died from mouth cancer. Let's see. Bobby. Oh, I can't even spell. Laryngeal cancer. But yeah, it's to do with the throat, complications in the throat. So yeah. Yeah, so I've been more no a few years back. My associates I don't mind a strong bow. And then, yeah, it's a shame he couldn't have in his creation. I just looked up Nathan up. That's cool. He's getting the credit. Shame it took them so long. Well, failure due to complications with mouth cancer. Yeah, yeah. That's what Wikipedia says, at least anyway. Top few results in Google. Yeah, I think back in my old drinking days, JD. I wouldn't say it was a favorite, but yeah, I remember having it quite a bit actually. I don't do many spirits, but I do remember doing JD a few times, maybe more than a few times actually. Traffic lights and door knobs jamming, because those two were invented by Macman. Traffic lights and doorknobs jamming. Okay, I didn't know that. I pinched one of Annie's bears the other night. I think it was alright. Well, I mean, he didn't bring you food, right? So I guess. Into the Wrestling Hall of Fame. His mouth was just being negatively impacted by the cancer. Yeah. Get that humble about it. It's very sad that the cancer can take a person so quickly. Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, if it's malignant, it can progress real quick. Hey, Matt Hardy 2.0. Jacob, I was just looking for the D. All right. Just saying. Oh, right for the chair. Oh, that's a shame, man, sir. If I'm supposed to get Was that really a typo, Sam, or are you just covering your tracks? Sam's looking for the D. All right. Hey. Sometimes you need the D. But that's a little D though. I mean, sometimes I think you might I don't know, mate. I mean, hey, sometimes the little D is fine. Sometimes the little D is fine. I mean, some people prefer the big D. Some people prefer the little D. I mean, either's fine. The size of the D is not what's important. It's how you use the D that counts. So, it's alright, man. Nah, that's tough, man. Like, watch your parents go through, like, some kind of diseases or, you know, sort of serious conditions and things, that stuff. I know, so yeah. Ooh, Harley just kicked out. What do you want, man? Just stay away from Sophie Karen Craft. Appreciate it. Thanks, bro. Hey. Hey, Billy and Chuck still retain the titles. The badass Billy Gunn. I'm Bossy Jacob. I'm Bossy. I'm the first one that's been on the track. Hey, Molly. Mighty Molly. Keep it moving, Mol. Actually something, what's the longest time while being an extra on the film set did the filming go on for? Let's see, I mean, for myself personally, I'd say Hobbs and Shaw, because I was on set for in total of about 13 days, not all in a row, but in just kind of over a period of time. I think it was initially about 2 weeks, about 10 days in the first couple of weeks, and then a few days later on. In terms of longest day, like just in one day, I don't know, you know, I mean, because a lot of times you can be there from like 6 a.m. and not leave till like 8, 9 p.m., you know, something like that. That's pretty common. So I don't know what the longest like day is, but I mean, I imagine one of the Hobbs and Shaw's days definitely would be up there. When I did Spectre, James Bond Spectre, probably had some long days in there as well. But yeah, in terms of longest time on set, yeah, definitely Hobbs and Shaw. In terms of longest day, yeah, they're usually long days. If you ever get booked for an extras gig, expect to be there for a while. You're most likely going to be there for at least, you know, 10 to 13 hours or something like that. $13 yeah. I would never be foolish enough to say you're bossy. I just mean you're like things a certain way. In the mirror, look is enough. Authoritative. Who just want to hug? Oh, that was Edge. Not Edge, sorry, Christian, excuse me. Edge just knocked out Molly and took the title. Just feel like saying I'm bossy. Very passionate, but I guess you could say I'm a little bossy sometimes. I'm bossy. I'm the first one to spit on the track. I switch up the beat of the drum. That's right. I bet all the boys at the yard, and that's right. I'm the one that's tattooed on his arm. I'm bossy. I'm the At least on my skin is currently there is filming going on right now at my workplace, and they filmed yesterday practically all night, and they're back again today. Okay. Yeah, that's probably about normal. That's where, especially if it's a night shoot. But yeah, they might be there a while, to be honest with you. They could be there a while. Nothing wrong having passion indeed. I'm hungry, I'm very passionate. Have a Snickers, you know it yourself when you're hungry. Oh wait, not gonna do, it's not Rock versus Hogan already, is it? So it's too early for Rock versus Hogan. Is it? There's no way Rock versus Hogan is going to take up the remaining 1 hour and 10 minutes. But maybe, because I feel like I swear this match is like, it's a, you know, it's like one scene. How many repetitions does it take for cross? It could take a while, you know. It can legit take a while. Like there's a scene in Spectre where the whole scene is probably about 2-3 minutes screen time, right? But there's a section of that scene where I can't remember exactly what it says, but James Bond is like shouting or something, and that one bit of that scene probably took a day. You know, they were filming it over and over again for a day's worth of. I mean, they took breaks and things like that, of course, but it was pretty much a day's worth of filming where they're just doing this over and over again, and we're just there waiting to be called to set, and we just hear them, this guy just saying the same thing over and over again, just shouting it. And you know, I suppose my massive strain on his voice as well. But yeah, no, it can legit take a while to shoot even just a small section of a scene. And then we watch the movie, it's like 5 seconds. That's all it is. That's some 5-second bit that nobody even notices. Much information. Does anyone remember the old WWF design video? I used to love those. No Rock. Oh yeah. I remember some of those. Yeah. Live, yeah, My Sacrifice. Yeah, I remember some of those songs. Yeah. passionate. That's X8. That's sweet. But I was thinking passionate more in a like a determined kind of way. But I mean, I guess you get, you know, I mean, hey, we don't kink shame here, so whatever you're into. You know, if you like sloshing, hey. If you're into sloshing, that's hey, we don't kink shame. You must go through periods while you're just standing idle. Oh yeah, for real. Like you could be on set, like say you might be called to set at like say 6 a.m. and yeah, you could be waiting literally hours before you finally get called to set, like as in being called to be on camera. In fact, with Spectre, with James Bond, after we did our bit, it feels like a 5 days thing. About 2 or 3 months later, we got called back because they wanted to like shoot some stuff, and they called us back. And by then, my hair's different and stuff like that, so we had to like go through makeup to try and get my hair to look as close as it was before. And we did a lot to getting ready, and we were literally there waiting for I think around 6 to 8 hours, and then they finally called us to the set, and they positioned us right where they want us to be, and they set the cameras up, and they were like, you know what, you guys aren't even on camera anyway, so don't even bother, you can go home. And that was it. Like, we got called in, went through makeup, went through all of that, waiting, finally get called up, get positioned. It's like, you know what, you're not on camera anyway, so yeah, you're wrapped. And we got paid for the day. We got paid. So it's not a waste of your time or nothing like that. Not entirely, but yeah, that can happen. You could just be waiting and end up not doing anything. It can be like that. It can literally be like that. But it's a fun day though. It's a fun day, especially when you know you got a good group of people there with you, and you can have a little banter and you know play cards or whatever. It's just a fun day. If you're there with boring people, then yeah, it's long, boy. But if you've got a good group of people there, it's cool. And it's usually a good group of people, usually. At least in my experience, anyway. Look at that, man. This is why this is one of my favorite matches. I went in like I was all about The Rock. It didn't take much for me to be like, oh, good, oh. And I still like The Rock. Rock's my favorite, but boy, this match, man. Hulkamania ran wild for sure. It really did. You just felt that Hulkamania energy bursting through the TV. You got to say, no, not really. I mean, like I say, if you've got a good group of people there, it's cool. But yeah, if you're there where, like, I guess I've done a few where you don't really vibe with anybody and you just kind of sit on your own for a while, and yeah, that could be a little bit much, but it's usually not been too bad. Like because most ones I do now, I'm only on set for a day. I very rarely do the long ones now. So if I end up not vibing with anybody, then look, I'm only there for a day anyway. It's calm. You know, it's calm. When I said everyone else was a bad influence on me last stream. Well, bad influence or just bringing out the dormant truth? I wouldn't now, but she has got that naughty side to her. Else, I mean, passionate. And if I don't eat something right now, I'll be ripping out your intestines and make sausages out of them. Oof. real determined to eat something. What's the food like? It could vary a lot. It really can. Like, you could be on a set where you got like really great food, and you could be on set where they just give you snacks. I'll say for the most part though, it's pretty decent. It's rare you get horrible food. And you usually got choices like between, say, vegetarian, vegan, meat. It's usually stuff like that as well. But yeah, I think I've personally not been on a set where the food was just absolutely horrible. I think as far as food goes, the worst one, not even the worst, but it's more like they didn't really plan it out properly, and they just gave us like 10 quid and we're like, yeah, you can just get stuff from the shops. It's like, okay. All right. I think most people just got like a few items and saved the rest of the money. Like, let's get something real cheap and just save the rest of the money. I think I did. I know I did that. I think a few other people did that as well. We ain't gonna be there long anyways. It's like calm. Oh, tried it, man. Didn't work. Not this time. Not this time, Rocky. I'm talking about takeover. I'm innocent. Yeah, Sam's innocent as a button. I'll update some apps on my phone a bit later. Random comment. That's so good. Set it on auto update. I bet it's better than hospital food. Nailed it. Those GoBuds I see protruding from the top of your head. There you go. Make up your eyes need testing clearly. Was that Halo was in the ring or Halo was in Master Chief? Because that was a weapon, by the way. The one in Halo, the game was the ring was a weapon. The weapon that was supposed to end all humanity. That should come with a warning. Ironically, it probably is a health hazard. Patricia Velasquez, who did the role of Anuk-Sunamun Nila. Anuk-Sunamun. Is that the mummy? Said it was a process of getting ready for the part. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you're doing stuff like where you're getting heavily made up. I mean, I've not done that much makeup. The one I did was like a wig and some stuff, but if you're doing like heavy makeup, then yeah, you could be there a while. Usually catering crews. Yeah. Usually. See, what was the most arrogant actor you've come in contact with on set? That's hard to say because you don't really get to meet the main actors for the most part. You know, they kind of over on their side, you're on your side, and you don't really mix up too much. And part of the thing is that you're not really supposed to be all running up to them like, you know, can I be autograph and, you know, stuff. Yeah, because you're not really there for that. So a lot of times you see them on set, but yeah, you don't really get to chat with them and things like that. Occasionally, every now and then, you know, that you might have a little bit of a convo, but it's rare. So yeah, it's hard to say who's the most arrogant. I mean, there's definitely people who, you know, they don't, let's say hello, but I don't know if that's them being arrogant, or maybe they're just kind of in their own kind of headspace because they're in character and trying to stay in character, and you know what I mean? Because there can be a lot going on in a person's mind when they're playing a role. So to you, or say to me, it might look like they're being rude, but it's maybe just that they're just trying to focus on something, and it just comes across that way. But yeah, I will say I personally haven't had any negative experiences, or say clear negative experiences with any actors. I know when I was on the Hobbs and Shaw, like some people were complaining, like some of the extras were complaining about like the Rock and saying, oh, like, he doesn't say anything to us and da-da-da. But it was just like, well, why would he? You know, like he's kind of over on that side, we're on this side. You know, he's a busy dude, you know, so he's going to be in and out of the set. He's going to be doing all kinds of stuff, and you're not really there to be chatting around. So for me, it was never a problem. But yeah, some people would be like that. They'd be like, oh, they didn't say this and didn't say that, and da-da-da-da. And it's like, well, it's not really there for that. Like, if somebody came up to you and just like flat out rude in terms of like cussing you out for no good reason, then yeah, I think that's a legit complaint. But because like you didn't get to chat to them, it's like, come on now, we're not there for that. So yeah, it sucks. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'd have loved to get to chat to The Rock, but and then they were just not there for that. So I can't be mad. You're on UK base, no. Yeah, the government management. Mine didn't come through at 3 PM, so I'll be screwed. You know what? I got one on one of my phones. I didn't get it on my other phone. And the thing is, the phone that I didn't get it on is the phone that I actually use the most. So, yeah. Yeah, if there's an emergency, I might not be too much help. You said body makeup for so 13 hours. She was given a small stool to sit on. She was given special PJs to sleep in, so the makeup wouldn't smear. She couldn't bathe for 10 days. Yeah, I mean that's more the heavy makeup with the sort of main cast they might do. They wouldn't do that much makeup for the extras. Well, it might depend on the movie, actually, to be fair. That could very much depend on the movie. And this is the first time. Message. Yeah, it was a emergency test message that went around at 3 PM today. You should have got a message about it from your service provider that was going to happen. Actually, to be fair, the phone that I got it on, I did get a message from that phone about the test coming through. The phone that I didn't get it on, I don't think they sent me a message about it coming through. So perhaps they're testing different networks at different times. Perhaps, I don't know. Oh, he's got it set in. Yeah, I was in the Mummy 1 and Mummy 2, yeah. I got my band. I was disappointed. The alarm was quiet. It went off for a second and then the world didn't end. How dull. Well, not yet. They're just testing it now. When the world actually ends, I guess it'd be more of a surprise, you know. Hey, what's the most flashy motor you've seen on set? Ooh. Most flashy motor I've seen on set. Yeah, I think I'll go with Hobbs and Shaw again. They had like the Range Rovers, which I guess is not flashy, but you know, still pretty expensive cars. But they had a oh, he hit. Oh yeah, because he hits with it on move, didn't he? I think Rock's gonna kick out though. Oof, too close, man, too close. But yeah, they had Lane Range Rovers on set. They had a helicopter on set. They had a massive tank as well. So yeah, I'm gonna go Hobson Shaw. I don't think I've ever been on set with like a Ferrari or anything like that, like a Lamborghini. I don't think I've ever seen that on in any of the ones I've done. So yeah. We'll both screw then. I had some people had it early and some people late for me. I don't know. Yeah, I think for me it was like 2:59. So I mean 3 p.m. close enough really, but yeah, it was actually at 2:59 when I looked at the clock. I don't know, maybe my clock's a bit early. Oof, you're gonna whip him. Those are disconnected. What emergency? What did I miss? Yeah, it was emergency test. I think it's to do with like in case there's anything that happens, they want to be able to message everybody at once. And they were just testing out the messaging. But well, yeah, guess you didn't get it. Yo, Nintendo's in the chat. Oof, so close. He's hulking up. He's hulking up. Big up Nintendo for coming through. I'm pretty sure it's not the real Nintendo though, but still, I'll take it. I'll take it. What did the message? Yeah, it was just, I can't remember what it said, but it was saying something like I was saying something. Oh wait, no. Oof. Yeah, it says something like this is a test message. I can't remember, but yeah, yeah. It depends on everything. That's what I'm thinking as well, because I know I got a text message from a service provider saying it's going to be a test, but that was on one of my phones. I didn't get that same text message on my other phone, and the one that I got a text message on, I got that test message on that phone, but the one that I didn't get a text on, I didn't get a text message on that phone. So yeah, it could be, I'm thinking it could be maybe certain providers are being tested at one point, and other set providers might get tested at another point. I'm just guessing, I don't know, but that's what it seems like to me so far. But you're on free as well. Yeah. That's one I didn't get it on. Yeah, it was a tester or something happened. Took you to a site where it tells you the next time. Yeah, it will be a real. It's for flooding. Yeah, yeah. In case there's any kind of like disaster and they need to let lots of people know real quick what's going on. I mean, I guess it's not a bad idea, to be fair. Like, in case anything happens, they can just message everybody and say, hey, oof, look at that. He had to hit him with the rock one like 2-3 times. But yeah, I guess it's not a bad idea. Just in case anything happens, you can. There's a way people can know about it, right? But let's probably make sure it actually works on all phones. Otherwise, what's the point? For a minute. And this time, 2018, it was a national security test for one people. Oh, yeah. So mine's had it too. Okay, so they've done it already a few years ago in America, by the sounds of it. Wait, this is... I remember this being the last match of the evening. But there's like an hour to go with this event. I guess it's not the last match of the evening. Man, that was a great match though. So much emotions. And the next day on Raw, oof, that was something. If I should set stuff up to cancel instantly, I would rather not have the alarm to just create mass panic before we all die. I would rather be surprised. Oh yeah, it's a handshake. Oh, that was such a good moment, man. They shook hands. Oof. You felt their test and clearly had. Right, this is under wraps type stuff. There's no edge going on. I'd hate for it to have a scenario like The Last of Us where I venture outside and it's a zombie apocalypse and I'm like, The Last of Us. Yeah, just stepping outside to pick up the newspaper that the paperboy left on the ground again. Like, man, this damn paperboy! And you go out, step outside your house in your flip flops and your bathrobe. Oh, they turned on him. They turned on Hogan. And you're like, uh-oh. Needs to go back inside. Truth. What's being hidden from the masses? For sure, for sure. Just in nothing. Those of us who are vaccinated will turn to zombies. Have you guys watched the Last of Us series? I watched it a few weeks back. It's a pretty good series. I mean, it has. I mean, no series is perfect, but yeah, it's overall it's pretty good. Overall, it's pretty good. Let me just say that. Overall, it's pretty good. Imagine there was a zombie apocalypse though, and people who got vaccinated ended up being the ones that actually turned. Like, that could be a thing. That could actually happen. Reason why I'm for prepping. Yeah, there's a guy in The Last of Us called Bill. I feel like that's a character that Brax. I think you relate to that character a lot because he's that guy, like, you know, all about the guns and prepping and all that. I feel like that's a character you'd relate to the most, Bill. put something in my calendar. I can't remember when I was supposed to do it. But there was something I'm supposed to do at some point. Speaking of vaccinations, that is. But I'm sure I'll put it in my calendar. For like oh wait, no, I got it. Yeah, here we go. For June, it's June. Cool, we good. Yeah, we good. Sorry. Just got a little sidetracked or something I remembered I was supposed to do in the next month or so. Vine and Jacob, I had the first two, but not this, so hopefully I won't turn into a zombie. Zombie, There's people that complied until shots still with COVID, and in some cases, some people still died. Well, I won't tell you how many shots I got then. Anyway. The big show. Yeah, that's been the thing with the. Oh wait. But I'm talking about it before some mysterious people turn up at my house and whisk me away. Nah, you'd be alright. But yeah, I reckon that with the whole vaccine thing, I don't know. Well, maybe issue's not the right word to use, but I just feel like the way they handled it in terms of how they tried to promote it was all the way off. Because, like, oh, what just happened? I ain't know about y'all, but it's turned itself off. Oh, here we go. We back. Yeah, the way they kind of handled it in terms of telling people, the way they told people about it, I should say, was all the way off. Because, like, had they said from the beginning that the vaccine isn't necessarily going to prevent you from getting COVID, but it can help you deal with the symptoms if you do get COVID, had they said that right from the jump, I reckon there'd be less confusion and less people kind of skeptic about it. But because, like, they were telling you from the beginning, oh yeah, it's going to prevent you from getting it with a 99% or whatever it was, 95% chance of not getting it. They told you, like, you're not going to, like, they promoted it that way. And then a bunch of people got it, and like I say, still got COVID. It's like, wait a minute, this is more than a 5% fail rate. There's clearly far more than 5% people still getting COVID that have been vaccinated. And then when that happens, that generates more skepticism. Let's be honest, there's people who are already skeptic anyway, and that just makes it worse. So, they must have known. You know, they must have known, because, like, they test these things, right? So they must have known that it's not going to prevent you from getting it. It's just going to help you deal with symptoms if you do get it, which is fine. I mean, that's still, in my opinion, a good reason to get it, at least for now, until they could maybe make something that can prevent it. But it was only something like 18 months since COVID broke out that the vaccine started to, or maybe less than 18 months, I think, when the vaccine started to come on the market or something available. So it's a very quick time. The first set of vaccines were never going to be perfect, not really, but it's just the fact that they blatantly lied about the efficiency and efficacy, rather, of what they can do. And when they started to fail, or, you know, people still getting it, it just creates even more skepticism than it already was. So yeah, they botched it. They definitely botched it. That being said, in my personal opinion, I think it is still worth getting a vaccine. But yeah, just know that you can still get COVID. It will just help you deal with the symptoms if you were to get it. But I don't know, maybe in this day and age, I don't know, worth it getting the vaccine. Maybe not the right word to use. Depends on, I guess, depends on what you do, how many people you're around, and that sort of thing, and what kind of life you lead, whether it's still worth getting or not. But yeah, each their own, whatever. Your body, your choice, I guess, something like that. That's what they say. I'll get EVGA, but I know someone who had it twice. Had every booster, she still ended up in hospital in a bad way. She has recovered from the COVID, but her overall health has took a massive hit. I'm sorry that the best I knew, you know, had such a bad time. I could, and it was the worst I ever felt in my life. I wasn't so strong. I'm convinced COVID would have put me in 6 feet under. I had COVID also, and yeah, I felt poorly, but I've had bad infections where I felt worse. Trish Stratus, indeed. Be right back. Alright. Yeah. We got Jazz, Trish Stratus, and Lisa in a triple threat. Yeah, I remember Jazz actually. That was not a good cover. Come on now. That was never going to do it. But yeah, I think the worst thing about the whole vaccine situation, though, is that how politicized it became when it really didn't need to be. You know, and people taking such hardline opinions on, you know, the vaccine or whether getting vaccinated or not getting vaccinated. Like, people who got vaccinated were like, oh, if you don't get vaccinated, I don't want to talk to you, and never speak to me again, you know, that sort of thing. And it just became such a unnecessary mess that just made the situation worse than it already was. And there was already things that were, yeah. That's not okay if someone's vaccinated or not. I don't get why people do it, to be honest. You do, exactly. Yeah, she was. Yeah, Jennifer. Yeah, she put that. I don't know if she still feels that way, but yeah, I remember she put that thing up about not wanting to talk to people who haven't been vaccinated. She put it up. I was like, let me see if I can slide into her DMs. Say what's up. Hey Jen, I got the jab. But yeah, I mean, it was silly. Like, you, whatever you want to do, you do that. If you want to get it, get it. If you don't. You know, like, that's how I felt about it back then. Pretty much how I still feel about it now. Like, why trying to dictate what other people do with their body? Because at the end of the day, it's like, doctors aren't always right. You know, medicines don't work on everybody. And as an individual, you know your body better than anybody knows your body, right? So if you feel like you don't want to try something or don't want to do something, then you have every right to say, nah, I don't want that. It's political these days. People need to get a life. For sure, for sure. Oof. It's close. They're friends now, but back then, not so much. Those needles has its final lasting effects on them niggas. Come on. I mean, I actually got 4 boosters, so yeah, I'm amongst those if you're open for that. I'm just saying, Yeah, so I got the original vaccination, and I got the 2nd dose, and then I got a booster, and then I got a 2nd booster. So in total, 4 doses. The last one, I think, was... when was the last one, I think? No, I don't think it was a year ago. Maybe not quite a year ago, but I think we're coming up to a year. Actually, no, it'll be about 6-7 months ago, I think, the last one. It was towards the end of last year, I think. Said on Twitter she got ties with those who want to get a job. Ooh, Jazz got it. Jazz got it. That's one. I'm sure they could care less. Yeah, I mean, to me, it's like, I mean, what people are going to do it, people are going to do it, of course, but it feels like an act of futility trying to regulate your friend group based on who's vaccinated and who isn't. It just seems like a pointless thing to do. I mean, I'm sure people who do that won't say that, right? But where is that Maven? Maven got his belt back. My problem is political argument either. I think they should leave their stuff like that. Yeah, indeed. It's like Undisputed Championship, Chris Jericho versus Triple H. Man, it's Stephanie McMahon in Chris Jericho's corner as well. Oh, how times have changed. But yeah, it's like one of these things where it's like, why is anybody else getting involved with decisions that don't involve them? You know, like, you don't have to like it, right? You don't have to agree with it, of course. That's everyone's prerogative to like and what they don't like, but you don't need to be involved with somebody else's decisions. Like, what they do is what they do. you don't like their choices, that's fine, but you don't need to be involved with it either. I'm sure there's all kinds of things that people do that we don't like, right? Because that's how it is. You don't have to like everything, but at the same time, you're not getting involved or trying to insert yourself in somebody else's life about decisions that they're making that don't concern you. Like, why would you do that? You know? I feel it's like the 4th or 5th bands they've had play live in this one event. Did you ever attempt a trip? Oh yeah, loads of times. Loads of times. Remember doing that. I used to work in a kitchen. I remember just like going there and be like, of course I was a clean up afterwards, right? But I was like, I mean, I'm sure loads of people did that. Like if you were a young adult or anywhere a young adult or younger, like, it feels like, say, I'm going to say pretty much anybody who was about 30 years old or younger at this point in history attempted at least on one occasion spitting water out of a bottle. Like maybe you didn't do it in the kitchen you used to work in, right? Maybe you didn't do it there. Maybe you went to your bathroom and did it, or maybe you did it in the playground or something like that. But at least one time, if you were 30 years old or younger during this kind of time, Triple H's peak, yeah, at some point you attempted that. This is crazy though. Like you got Stephanie McMahon back in Chris Jericho against Triple H. True, though, Stephanie, I'd say, is probably one of the best heels that the company's ever seen. Like as a heel character, she's actually, in my opinion, one of the best out there. Yeah, look at it. I wouldn't get an abortion unless it was a risk to health. And considering I have other kids, my health is important, but just because that's how I feel doesn't mean I have the right. It's been really suited as a healthcare indeed. to enforce my views and others. Yeah, that's pretty much how I look at it. Like, there's things that you might not do for yourself or might not necessarily want for yourself, but just because you don't like it or you might think it's this or whatever you might think of it, yeah, none of that gives you the right to enforce your views on other people, right? Have you seen Andrew Schultz's bit talking about abortion? Andrew Schultz, if you don't know, comedian, he is one of the funniest comedians around right now, in my opinion, of course. They've not stated that as a fact, but I feel like he's one of the funniest comedians around right now. He is very good at walking that line of very sensitive subjects, whether that's like race, religion, and in this particular case, abortion. Like, he's very good at walking that line and finding the humor in there, where it's not like you're just telling a bunch of rude jokes for the sake of being edgy, you know. There's actual humor, and yeah, no, dude's funny and just really good at what he does. But yeah, that bit on abortion that he has, I think it's on his special. It's on his comedy special that he put out. But yeah, it's so funny. It's so hilarious. We'll be getting a YouTube Shorts video of you recreated traits. But I don't know. That might. I mean, at this point in my life, if I'm gonna do it, I might need to be a bit more responsible about doing it. You know what I mean? Like, definitely not doing it in the kitchen. That's for sure. Not in my kitchen, anyway. I'm not sure about doing it in the bathroom either, because I might just make a mess. But I might have to find somewhere. We'll see. We'll see. Never say never. Never say never. But boy, just need to find somewhere I can do it without it being an issue. 2 or 3 years ago, the Filipino president said to his people, "Get the shots or be put in jail. If you don't like it, leave the country." Man, that's harsh. That ain't. How about yourself, Ben? How many times did you attempt the Triple H water spit, mist spit thingy that he does? You know what I did? Because that's my friend. That's more important. An opinion. I mean, truth is, like, to have an abortion or to keep a baby, as I'm sure Sam would know, and probably I think actually not the only one. I think Ben's got a kid, right? So yeah, you'll know that it's a big decision, right? And it's not. I mean, yeah. If you know someone who's had an abortion, it's like you know, like, I mean, a friend of mine had one like years back, and yeah, it's not a decision that gets made lightly. You know, it's a lot of like thinking about it, a lot of like weighing up your options, a lot of crying. You know, it's not a decision that gets made lightly, and you might not agree with it or whatever, but in the day, it's like they got to do what they believe is right for them. And if that's a friend of yours, then yeah, all you can do is support them. And sometimes that just means you got to sit with them quietly while they just feel it, you know. I remember, like a friend of mine had a. I mean, I won't go into all the details because, you know, it's other people's business, right? But it was maybe about a year or so later. I remember like we're in the break room. This is what place I used to work. We're in the break room, and I'm talking to her, just in regular conversation. And then she gets real quiet all of a sudden, just real quiet, and just starts crying. And she didn't say anything, but I don't know. I just felt like I just kind of knew. I don't know. I guess because it wasn't necessarily on my mind right at that point. It's like a year later. I'm not necessarily thinking about it myself. Oof, right in the gut. But yeah, she just started crying. I just kind of knew what it was about, and yeah, just, all you could do is just like sit with her and be like, okay. But yeah, it's I think one of the worst things you can start doing is go, wow, this is why? So it's already a tough decision. Why make it harder on? Oh, look at this spousal abuse. Yeah, we could have them over there. Philippines. Times. I had to try and perfect it. What to do with being immature, honest. Of course. I mean, if you're gonna do something, you gotta do it right? So. Yeah, it's like a podcast, flagrant. It was a flagrant, brilliant idiots, and yeah, I've seen. I do this as podcast on occasion. It's alright. Oof. Man, Triple H getting manhandled though. Slap him, Steph. Slap him. Oh, that's gotta hurt. Oh, look at that. Oh, he's gonna drop back. Oof. Hyperextend the knee. Oh, that's right. Yeah, because they were married on TV, married and divorced on TV, and then they got married in real life. Yeah, like the story was like he drugged her or something like that. She was supposed to marry Test. He drugged her and kidnapped her and took her to Las Vegas and married her while she was unconscious. Someone else put in a position like that, it says more about you, to be honest. No, indeed. You don't have to agree. You don't need to judge yet. Indeed, man. Indeed. Yeah. Sometimes the best thing you can do for somebody is just be silent. You know what I mean? The best thing you could do for somebody is just be silent. You don't gotta say this, you don't gotta say that. You just gotta be silent. But yeah, I think one of the and certainly not the only problem, but I do feel like the internet has definitely played a part in a lot of this, because like the internet would have you believe in that everybody's opinion is important, right? But the truth is, your opinion is only really important to you. You know? You know what I mean? It's only really important to you. That's not to say that you're not allowed to share. Of course you can share your opinion, and then, you know, some people might agree with it, some people might not. But even if they agree with it, the truth is your opinion is only really important to you. But the internet would have you believe in that your opinion is important to everybody, and somehow your take on your view on things and your take on things is somehow, you know, super valuable and everybody needs to hear it. And especially, like, it's so easy to find yourself in echo chambers on the internet, to the point where, you know, where everybody just agrees with you, to the point where you start to believe that everybody agrees with you. And that's just not the case. It's just everybody in a particular small group. But then you start venturing out into other places and you find that people don't agree, and the ego can't handle that. The ego starts telling you, no, you're not wrong, they're wrong. And your opinion is valuable. They just don't understand. And you need to make them understand. The ego starts playing with you like that. The ego won't allow you to say, hey, wait a minute. Maybe I need to think about this from a different point of view. Maybe I need to consider a different angle. The ego will have you believe in that you're the man. You know, you're the right one. Everyone else is the wrong one. And some people, and I ain't gonna lie, I've been guilty of this in the past, but you let your ego mess around you so much that even when it's clear that you're in the wrong, it still won't let you admit that you were wrong. And somehow it's going to be somebody else's fault. It's always somebody else's fault. It's never you. So I honestly believe that self-awareness is just so important. It's not the cure for everything, but I think it's definitely a good way of not falling into many traps, at least. Just being aware of yourself and where you are in your mind and in your state and what you're saying and when you might be wrong, or when you just are wrong, or just when you just need to keep quiet, really. Oh, Jericho got that line salt in. Not line salt, was it? Lion, I can't really call it. Boston crab. But he calls it something else. I'll say I would never not judge the band. I'm human. We all need to check ourselves from time to time. Yeah. That's in live stream last night. I've been following years and years to decades. Anyone could give a damn about what else stripper had to say, but now with the internet, it's nonsense. I mean, just because he's a stripper, he ain't got a valid point on things, but you know, the stripper factor wouldn't disqualify her from having a good opinion, a good view of things, or an interesting take on things. But yeah, I mean, if somebody is like known for spouting nonsense, and then they get famous doing that, then yeah, maybe don't expect them to start trying to sell world peace or whatever, you know. That was not learning from my mistakes, which is key. Good guys, his ego with Jake's his attitude. And it's all ego. Whether you're a guy or a girl, it's all ego, you know. Everybody has an ego. Ego, pride, all of that. We all have that, you know. Oh, Jericho lost second. And the thing with ego is not strictly speaking a bad thing, by the way. Let me be clear on that. Ego is not strictly speaking a bad thing. It's just when you're not handling it well, or you're allowing it to you know, do more than it needs to, because the ego can help you out at times when, you know, you maybe need to stand up for yourself, or at times where, you know, things like that, right? So the ego isn't a bad thing. It's just, you just need to understand it. Uh-oh. I'm just saying, if he hits it wrong, this might pop something. Oof. Made plenty mistakes and continue to do so. It's just about using it was that experience to be more self-aware. Indeed. Walls of Jericho. Yes, that was it. That was it. Cool. Appreciate that, Ben. Trying to remember the. Yeah, Walls of Jericho. That was it. We could just agree to disagree and move on, but the internet won't allow that these days, yeah. Say, hey, you have your opinion, I have my opinion. To each their own. Oof. Ooh. He's got to get the pedigree. Is it going to be after? Oh, he's got him. Triple H got him. The new undisputed champion. Man, Triple H. Speak to Jericho. That was a good match, though. That was a good match. Oh, this bad bitch, you have to get it wrong sometimes. That's where growth comes in, yeah. Triple H. And new undisputed champion. Oh, wait, excuse me. Oh, that's gonna be the last match of the event next. It's like, yeah, just a few minutes ago now. So after seeing them a week apart, which would you say you prefer more as a pay-per-view, WrestleMania 17 or WrestleMania 18? Oof. I'm gonna say right now, to my memory, I think there was probably more matches in WrestleMania 17 that were kind of stellar matches, right? That being said, I think this WrestleMania 18 still has my favorite match. You know what I mean? So overall, 17 had more good matches. Like I think in this one, there's maybe like two that I think kind of stand out to me right now. Like of course, The Rock and Hogan, and the last one just gone. Austin, Triple H and Jericho. The Undertaker match was aight. Austin match was aight. But yeah, to my memory, I think 17 probably had more standout matches, whereas 18 still has my favorite match, Rock versus Hogan. So yeah, that's how I'm gonna put it. Are you friends with people who have different opinions? Makes for boring conversations when you just agree all the time. There's obviously Rock versus Hogan, but worst. Probably all that hardcore stuff, I'd say. To be honest, that got old real quick for me, even back then. You know, so it's got real old real quick. It was fun like when it started it, but then it just got old real quick for me. Yeah, Booker T. I like Booker T, but I think yeah that match went, yeah. Back in mid-2000s, still know for sure. Yeah. So when it comes to, you just said about conversations about agreeing. Here's what I've noticed, Sam, and maybe perhaps some of you might agree, perhaps some of you disagree, but we'll see. When you're having conversations with people, like, I mean, if someone disagrees with you and you could have a conversation about why they think that they think, and you could say why you think what you think, and you could have just a genuine conversation. That's always a cool thing, right? As long as it doesn't descend into just like shouts and arguments and all kind of nonsense. But if you could have just a good conversation with somebody about why they think what they think, why you think what you think, and just kind of bounce off each other, like that's cool. And when it's like when people agree with you, right? Even then, I feel you can still have good conversations because they could talk about their viewpoint on something and you could talk about your viewpoint on the same thing. And even though you're in agreement, you might have very different takes on it. And I feel like that could still be valuable as well. But I don't know, have you ever had a conversation with somebody where not only do they just agree with you, but they just agree with literally everything you say? And there's just no kind of additional input outside of just agreeing with what you say. And it just gets real kind of weird. Because like, why are you agreeing with absolutely everything I say? You know what I mean? When it's like that, it's like, Like this is, I don't know, that it's one thing to be, say, in agreement, but when you don't have your own kind of input on it, and it's just you just agreeing with all the points I made and with no additional input. But yeah, that's what it, for me, it's like when it just gets a bit, I don't know what's going on here, but yeah, I can do without that. I can do without that. But yeah, that was Wrestlemania 18 from 2002. That was a good Wrestlemania event. It wasn't okay, well, no, it was a good Wrestlemania event. It was a good Wrestlemania event. But yeah, definitely still my favorite match, Rock versus Hogan. And even watching it again now, even though my attention wasn't fully focused on it, even watching it again now, still the memories, man, the memories. That was a good match. But that last match was pretty good as well, though. Triple H versus Jericho. That was a good match too. Yeah. Them days, man. Them days. Just ain't like they used to be, but hey, not necessarily a bad thing. In fact, it could sometimes be a good thing. But yeah, boy. Let me just chat for a little bit before we depart. It's just about 11 o'clock now, almost. Yeah, those conversations I'm talking about, they're hard. But yeah, you know, them ones. And it's just like, what? It just feels weird, doesn't it? Like, what? Is that, do you want something from me? Do you think, you know what I mean? Like, what is it? Like, why are we doing this? like I said something and you say, yeah. And it's like, okay, cool. So what's your take on it? Well, you know, okay. What did you think of? Yeah. And it's like, like, okay. You're literally just agreeing with everything. No additional input. You know, no different take on it. Just a complete. I don't know. That feels off. That feels off to me. I guess I have to wait until next Wrestlemania for someone has to memory lane. You know what? I don't know. I mean, honestly, the way I'm feeling right now, I'm leaning more towards I don't know if I want to do this again. Because here's the thing, it was fun doing it, and I wouldn't say. I mean, I think it'd be cool to do it again, but it was pretty tough doing this. Like, you know, making the time each Sunday. You know, trying to move stuff around, trying to fit other things I need to do at other times, and that kind of thing. And especially going into like the 3-day week for the normal live streams. Yeah, it was pretty tough doing this. So I don't know. Hopefully, God willing, I don't know. Maybe I'll be in a different position next WrestleMania, and certain things just won't even be an issue by then. But yeah, I think if I'm in a similar kind of situation by next time, I don't know. I might have to maybe do 1 or 2, but allow the rest. You know, it might be something like that. But yeah, it got pretty tough doing this time. So yeah, we'll see. But it might be a no. To be honest with you, might be a no. But hey, never say never, right? Never say never. Many things could change between now and then, so never say never. And today, so I disagree with her. Like last week, she was on about this thing she read on FB, and she said you can tell this was written by a man. It was about all the man needs is a hot meal. I feel like, you have to do what's right for you. I appreciate that, Ben. But yeah, hopefully whatever happens, we can all still have some fun though. All a man needs is a hot meal. I could almost guarantee that was not written by a man. I don't know the article, but I feel like there's a in my mind right now, if a man wrote something about what men need, I mean, hot meal definitely. I ain't saying we don't need hot meals. I mean, hot meals are great. I ain't saying that, but all a man needs is a hot meal. Yeah. I think there's a few other things that be on that list if a man wrote. I'm just saying. Just saying. But hey, hot meals are good. I ain't knocking hot meals. I'm not knocking hot meals. I like hot meals. They're great. I ain't saying that. Who doesn't like hot meals? Everybody likes hot meals, right? But all you need? But hey, that's a tough sell. Don't know if you remember the cartoon Legend of the Dragon. I love it. There's a game for PS2. I just recently learned. I don't believe I remember that cartoon Legend of the Dragon. I don't think so. That does not sound like something I remember. Let me see real quick. Oh wait, let me just type it right for one thing. Legend of the Dragon. Let's see if this jogs any memories when I look at it. 2005. I don't think I remember this. This would have been. No, I think I was watching cartoons in 2005. To be fair, I don't think I was watching many cartoons though. I don't think I was watching many cartoons. So yeah, this would have been maybe a little bit past my cartoon watching. In fact, this was on CBBC, so no, this is, yeah, the cartoons I was watching in 2005 were not on CBBC. So yeah, this is definitely past my children's cartoon watching time. So yeah, no, I'd have missed this. Yeah, I was not into this generation of cartoon watching. I think I'd have been past that generation. The cartoons I was watching in 2005 would have been things on Cartoon Network like Powerpuff Girls and Johnny Bravo and stuff like that. And even then, I didn't watch them a lot, you know. But those are stuff that I was watching back in that sort of time frame. In fact, Powerpuff Girls was one of my favorites, actually. That movie, I don't know if you ever saw the Powerpuff Girls movie, but it was fantastic. So Powerpuff Girls I probably watched the most as far as cartoons during that sort of time. In fact, Powerpuff Girls might have been a little bit before that time, actually. Let me see, 1998. I seem to recall a comedy show where they had a character like that who agreed with everything his friend said and then would change his opinion when his friend did, even if it was seconds later. I can imagine that making good for a good comedy show, but in real life, yeah, not so much. Not so much. The snake chick and the Zodiac and Master Act. I still remember the name, but forgot the name of the show. And also look up the Boondocks and the Proud Family, the old new series. The Boondocks. I don't know if they ever showed that over here. If they did, then I didn't see it. But I know the show you mean because I've seen people talk about it. Was it Huey and Louie? No, Riley and Huey. There we go. But yeah, it's like Regina King that does the voices. But yeah, I don't think if they did show it in the UK, then actually it was on Adult Swim, so it might have been showing him. If it was on Adult Swim, it would have been on late. It would have been on late if it was an Adult Swim. But yeah, no, I didn't see it. I mean, I've seen clips, but not like enough to, you know, to say that I've seen it. And the Proud Family. Let's see here, the Proud Family. 2001 sitcom animated. Oh, that's on Disney actually. That's on Disney Plus. Two seasons. I was on Disney Plus. And the Boondocks are a real vibe. Regina King voice, two brothers, Hugh and Riley. Kayla Pratt is Penny Proud. Oh yeah, I know Kayla Pratt. She was what was that show? My Wife and Kids? No. No. Wasn't My Wife and Kids? Ah, oh, flipping hell. I know Kate. I know the actress. Oh, well, she was in a. I'm just gonna look it up because it's gonna bug me. But she was in a real popular One-on-One. That was it. Yeah, One-on-One. But yeah, she was in a popular sitcom for a little while. One-on-One. Oh, she did the Dr. Dolittle movies as well. .36 years old now. Damn. Yeah, she was a child actress on One-on-One. I remember that show, man. Yeah. Don't see it anywhere showing the Boondocks though, at least not in the UK. So nobody has it on any streaming services by the looks of it, which is a damn shame. I was thinking I wouldn't mind watching that. This video is currently not available to watch in your location. It's a damn shame. An episode of The Parkers, was an episode of Liz McGuire, Dr. Dale Films, Fat Albert 2004. Yeah, they did a Fat Albert remake, wasn't it? Or a reboot or whatever it was with Kenan Thompson. See that Honeymoon is Haze, 1950s American comedy. I don't believe I have actually. The Honeymooners. Let me look that up as well. Honeymooners. American sitcom, 1955. Yeah, and I don't think I saw this. I've seen a few old stuff, but that's not one of them. I watched Obsession last night on Netflix because I heard so much about it, and yeah, it was crap. I don't recommend. Isn't that about like a teacher that bangs his son's friend or something? I saw the not the, what you call it, the blurb thing. What you call it, the description. I read that bit and I was like, this don't sound like something I want to watch, to be quite frankly. What kind of pedophile bloody Kevin Spacey TV show is this? Like, I was like, nah, I think I can do without this. But yeah, people who've watched, at least people who I've spoken to, like in the cab and that, who watched it, they say it was like really good. They were binge watching. Each their own. I'm good. Never say never, but I think for now, I'm good. I don't think I need to see a show about a man trying to bang his son's friend or something, and an old man with some young girls. Like, oh jeez. A whole series about it as well. Come to and has a baby or two by a former blood or crib man. The standards was higher, but that's on her. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying, like, he's a former member. She's a former gang member, right? Oh shit, I didn't mean to click on this thing. What the hell? Former gang member, so you know. Maybe it wasn't so bad when they met. Kevin Spacey, he was in Seven, bloody brilliant film. Oh no, for sure. But he did, have you seen American Beauty? See, when that film came out, everyone was like, and myself included, was like, oh man, that film's really good, like a really brilliant film. You know, in terms of like storytelling and everything else. Little did we know. It's kind of a true story, apparently. So, makes watching that movie a bit odd, a bit weird. Matter of fact, that film's just kind of like weird. I think if you're an adult, it's kind of weird watching that film anyway. Even if you don't know about what happened with Kevin Spacey, like, you know, down the line, like the film itself is just kind of weird anyway. Because there's a bit where there's a girl who's like showing her breasts to like her next door neighbor, and the actual actress was a minor. Like, I think she was like 15 or something like at the time. I can't remember. It was a young age though. It was a proper young age, and she's showing her breasts like and apparently they had like some, I don't know, counselor or I don't know what they call them, but they had somebody on set to make sure she's not being exploited. Like that, they apparently had that. But even still, it's like when you know that, it's like nah. I mean, I'm glad she wasn't being exploited, I guess, but I don't need to see that again. You know, I'm good. I'm good. Once you know something like that, it's like, yeah, I don't need to see that again. I don't need to see that again. It's be good. Seen it. Oh yeah, no, I have seen Seven. Yeah, no, it's a good film, great film. Brad Pitt and Morgan Freeman. GF was older than his son. It's episode 4. All the time, you'll never get it back. Oh, so it's 4 episodes of telling you. Yeah. Yeah, but he was still in that company area. They're still having some things done or whatever, but that's their business, don't care. As long as the kids ain't in no-ish. American Beauty, I watched it way back then before it was ready, and I rewatched it a few months ago and I was bored. Yeah, it's I mean, I haven't seen it for many years at this point. I think I watched it, well, maybe not right when it came out, but maybe a few years after it came out, I think. So yeah, probably more than 20 years at this point, I think, the last time I saw it. And from memory, as far as the film, in terms of its storytelling and directing, and I remember it being pretty good. But yeah, there's just some stuff in that movie where it's like, yeah. Like, I was a lot younger back then when I watched the film. These days, it's like, yeah. Okay, here we go. So this is on the movie database. Since Thora Birch was barely 17 years old at the time she made the film, and thus classified as a minor in the United States, her parents had to approve her brief topless scene in the movie. And they and child labor representatives were on set for the shooting of it. To me, the nudity made sense, Birch said of the scene. It wasn't something that shouldn't be in there. It's something that would happen. So yeah, like I say, I'm glad she doesn't feel exploited or anything like that and whatever, but at the same time, I don't need to see some 16, 17-year-old titties, you know what I mean? Like, that's just, I don't need to do that. I don't need to do that. I think I'm well past the age where that's okay. You know what I mean? That's like, I'm well past that point where it's like, you know what? It's just weird if I start watching that movie again. So nah, I'm good. It hasn't aged well, for sure, especially with Kevin Spacey and all his issues and all his madness. With Sydney Sweeney. Just look what she's in. She's a young actress. She's in Euphoria, which I've heard about. I've heard good things about, but again, I don't need to see that. I think the girls in that film are just too young for me, so I don't need to see that. From what I'm hearing about it, there's a lot of skin in that film, but yeah, they're just too young for me to be looking at. I'm like, you know what? You do you. I'm good. I'm good. And she's African, okay. Okay. First part isn't showing, maybe because of the V word in the film title. Maybe YouTube doesn't allow that word in chat. So I asked if you see the Prime. Oh, the film's called The Voyeurs. Okay. Interesting. Let me check something. Does that word not show? I don't know how to spell voyeurs actually. Voyeurs. Let me see. Is that how you spell voyeurs? That's interesting. Did it not show? YouTube is weird. But no, I don't think I have seen that movie. The Voyeurs, Sydney Sweeney, 2021 rather, excuse me. Original Amazon movie, Sydney Sweeney, Justice Smith, Ben Hardy, Natasha Lou Bordizzo. Yeah, no, I've not seen this. I didn't even know it existed until just now. The film with Kevin Spacey I liked was Dead Man Walking. He played an inmate on death row. Allow me to even remove it, which makes me think it's a banned word. That is interesting. YouTube be weird. Can anybody else write voyeurs in the chat? Let's do a quick test. Try writing the word voyeurs in the chat and see if it lets you type it. I guess it lets me type it because, you know, I'm the chat starter guy. But wait, this voyeurs film though, is this something that I'm already too old to be watching, by the way, Ben? I've got the movie database now, and some of the pictures that are coming up, I mean, they're not showing stuff, of course, it's the movie database, not going to put their details there, but some of these images look like maybe I'm too old to watch this movie. I think Sydney Sweeney's like, how old is she, like 24, 25? Is anybody else able to write voyeurs, by the way, in the chat? Or was it just not coming up? Okay, Sam can write it. Going too much away. It's quite a clever movie with a spin at the end. Okay, you know, cool, cool, cool. I like clever movies with a spin at the end. So strange works with Sam. So Sam has voyeur privileges. Interesting. Ben doesn't have voyeur privileges, apparently. Screenshot it. Show my attempt. Written and directed by Michael Moen. Nah, so good. So good. What's the time? It's actually getting quite late now, isn't it? It's almost tomorrow. So yeah, best start winding down. But yeah, next live stream tomorrow, 8 p.m. GMT-ish. We're watching Batman, the movie from 1966, starring Adam West, the greatest Batman, the greatest live action Batman of all time. All time. But yeah, it's about time. I think we need to show Adam West some love on the channel, and in particular Batman the movie, because it is amazing. It is fantastic. I won't say too much. I think you guys have seen it already, actually, so maybe it doesn't matter too much if I say. But yeah, he is literally the only Batman to ever beat up a shark. You will not see any other Batman beat up a shark. Adam West beats up a shark. Adam West punched bad guys so hard, words appeared on the screen. So yeah. You ain't seen it, Brax. Oh, you are in for a treat. Listen, I know I usually say you don't need to rent it or buy it, yeah, to come along and have some fun. And that's still the case. You don't need to rent it or buy it to come along and have some fun. You can still come along and have some fun. But I will say this. I highly recommend that you have a copy of it to watch along, because it is fantastic and it is just a visual treat. It really is. It is camp and cheesy and fun, and it has a lot of really just good advice in there as well, quite frankly. So yeah, it is a masterpiece of filmmaking from 1966. So yeah, I highly recommend that you have a copy to watch along. But just to be clear, you don't have to. But you can still come along and have some fun. But Batman the movie 1966, starring Adam West and Burt Ward, is amazing. And that's for tomorrow, movie night. And then Tuesday, continuing with the X-Files, and then Thursday we played some games. I get all privileges. I get that reaction. Oh, how'd you know social media? Okay, yeah. First time 92, 97, and 2008 Batman characters. For me, are you not a real boy? Well, if it's not on Facebook, then it just didn't happen, really. Brax, I'm telling you, 1966 Batman, Adam West. Those other Batman are great. I ain't trying to knock them, but Adam West, 1966, that movie, and then the following series. You just won't get a better Batman. Like, you really won't. But yeah, that's for tomorrow. But for now, Ben may or may not be a real boy. I guess we have to stay tuned to find out. Tune in next week for exciting conclusion to find out whether Ben is a real boy or not. What's been a week for you people at home? It's only been a few moments for our heroes. But yeah, that's for tomorrow. But guys, until then, you have been awesome as always. I appreciate you and all that you do. Thank you for keeping me company. Thank you for keeping it lively. The village is strong. You make it strong. We're only going to get stronger. So until whenever, if ever, hopefully tomorrow. Peace.